This is our sixth annual uh, uh, BlueTech Cluster Convening. And Craig, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you have moderated 5 of 6.
I believe that is correct.
Yeah, I mean, we could not be more honored to do that, to have you with us. Obviously, what Melissa is doing is really encouraging me to thank all of our sponsors, and we of course will do this several times during the week. Uh, whether it's virtual or it is in person. In person, we would have a chance to both shake hands and drink, have a beer together, and share war stories, perhaps in a little more intimate setting. But being virtual means that we will allow more people to come from more places, and we last year had, I think, 20 countries that participated, and this year we've got 29 countries participating. So one of the advantages of being virtual is that people will be able to join us really on a little bit easier from around the world. So I want to, thank our. Without you, we could not do this. As a cluster in the United States, we do not get federal funding. Unfortunately, we also do not get state funding, but we are fortunate to have been supported by the Port of San Diego, the City of San Diego, and the County of San Diego, and of course, many others, including, and I'd really like to do a shout out to some of our cluster partners. When we do the first panel, we'll talk a little bit about BlueTech Cluster Alliance, but we were fortunate enough to have really a number of clusters that stood up and said that they would support us. And among them was the Cleveland Water Alliance that we'll be hearing from Brian Stubbs, Formoseano from Portugal, that we, of course, work very closely with, part of the BlueTech Cluster Alliance. The National Oceanography Center is not a cluster, but they have been very supportive of cluster activities in the UK, and I would say across Europe. And in fact, we're talking about, we will shortly be signing an MOU with them, and I think they will work with us on a project that we're involved in called ARC. And then the Premier Méditerranée as well. To the 4 of you, really great thanks. Again, you can see here IUS, Ocean Pact from Brazil, Port of San Diego, Esri, the Norwegian Consulate General, BioLargo, one of our member companies, and then again picking up with the international cluster. We have both the Korea Maritime Institute, which is creating a national cluster in ocean cluster in Korea. There is a cluster forming in Taiwan, and then there is a prefecture in Japan that has been working on a cluster, and we'll actually have a little video from them a little bit later. So all of them have also been international cluster supporters for BlueTech Week. Of course, we thank you very much. And then ION, one of our member companies, Investable Oceans, which has been doing some really interesting work trying to find funding to bring into companies. The County of San Diego and both the City of San Diego and this the Metropolitan Water District from the Los Angeles Orange County area. And then we have a media sponsor in ONT, and then one of the track sponsors, Resilient Navigation and Timing. So we really appreciate all of our sponsors for being with us and helping us to the extent that you have. Today is going to be a very interesting day. There'll be lots to talk about, lots of time for all of you to communicate. This is a by invitation day. I'll just point out that we've got the European Cluster Collaboration Platform with us to talk about what they're doing to support clusters in Europe. And then I think it's the third panel will include Mission Starfish, what's going on from the EU side. And there's some really interesting implications of some of these various activities. I would say the EU is really moving out and providing a model for a lot of us. So without any further ado, what I'd like to do is introduce Craig McLean, who, as we were kibitzing before, has been with us for 5 of the last 6 years, moderating this event, the cluster convening. Craig is assistant administrator for NOAA's research, and until recently was assistant chief scientist of NOAA as well, and has been a great friend, I think, to all of us that are promoting blue tech, blue economy, and clusters. So, Craig, thank you very much for being with us today and in the past, and we look forward to your expert handling of all of us as we go through today.
Michael, thank you very much, and good day to everyone who's joining here. And thank you for distinguishing yourself and choosing to join in this conversation. As I look back over the past several years where we've been meeting in such a way here to have the BlueTech Cluster convening activities, it's been a marvel to me to see how the growth has taken place and how people have wisely joined to become part of a leadership moment and leadership movement. And it's a thrill for me because in NOAA, where I come from, as Michael has introduced me, we're a federal agency in the United States government, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. The ocean part is not isolated from the atmospheric part, but the ocean part is a major motivator for us. And when we look at the value of the contribution of the ocean economy to the US GDP, we've just recently, in June of this year, concluded a study that I have to say Michael's energy and innovation of BlueTech TMA has really been an engine to help push the attention for focusing on what is the contribution in the US economy, and by extension, many other nations have done similarly, but also can have as a model to follow the general sense of how much of the ocean economy is contributing to any nation's GDP. And in June of 2020, the Bureau of Economic Analysis of the Department of Commerce and NOAA, and we're nested in the Department of Commerce, came to the conclusion that $373 billion was contributed last year to the US GDP. And that's a phenomenal amount of money. And when that's stacked up against other industries, it makes one realize 2 things. One is that we probably, in our conscientious way, undervalue the contributions of blue economy. And secondly, that we realize it's growing faster than the national economy itself. So there's a greater understanding of the potential here. And one of the tools for that potential, I think, has really been delivered by TMA BlueTech and by having this activity that brings in alignment existing clusters and formulating clusters. So the ideas behind this are really plain: to just understand how clusters in the past have succeeded and what their growth is, not just their growth potential, but also seeing where clusters in formation can learn from the experiences of those who have gone down this path before. So realizing the economic potential and realizing that there are tools to be using here, like what TMA offers and what the Technology Cluster, BlueTech Cluster Alliance offers, the Triple Helix is something that Michael has talked about for a good number of years, and it's really caught on. And it's become the lexicon of the discussion, that by looking at government, academia, and industry, and realizing that industry is the engine, and that some of the ideas may come from small startups and from academic research that spills over into commercial application, and government's ability to formulate, foster, and encourage these types of developments is really the key here. But I also want to offer another observation I've made over the past several years of participating in this cluster convening session, is that the ability for each of our components to understand each other is key. And I'll use Michael as a perfect example, and you'll hear from him many times during the course of the day today, which I value. But Michael has the ability to translate across those different communities. And I ask you, if you're government, if you're academia, and in particular if you're industry, to realize that the first appearance of engagement with some of the other components may not immediately speak in the same language. That industry approaches subjects a little differently than governments do, a little differently than academics do. And our ability to formulate the Triple Helix by bringing them all together and understanding each other is an exercise of initial patience, but has great reward and return thereafter, as we've seen. In 2016, I believe we started with a recording of 11 clusters coming from 8 countries. And that's quite impressive. But then just a year later, we had 18 clusters coming from 11 countries, and it continues to grow and grow and grow to the point where today, I think we're seeing many clusters in formation happening. I'm delighted to note that we have a session this evening for my East Coast friends where I am, or later for our European friends, but we'll be able to capture Asia, and we'll have a session that comes up later on today, which is a very important contribution and a very important region of the world for us to be working with in our network. So what we really see here is an opportunity to be bringing alignment across geography, alignment across subject matter, and an alignment in terms of what practices have worked for others in order to formulate the clusters. As we look at this as a government agency, NOAA, we have really no direct responsibility for formulating the economy, but we have the responsibility to gather information and inform what may be elements of the economy. So from our sponsors and part sponsors that come from the various U.S. government agencies, but delivered through NOAA and the IUS program, the Integrated Ocean Observing System program, they are, as well as Global Ocean Observing, the makers and deliverers of ocean in basis for what commercial enterprise might take off and make various products from. We see this potential and we're very much loyal to it. Now we sit in NOAA inside of the Department of Commerce. The Commerce Department has been relying on Michael and TMA BlueTech in order to advance the understanding of what this blue economy really is in the United States. And there will be similar engines, and there already are in other countries that may be joining or where you may be from. But you need that spark. You need that person who's the advocate who really brings forward the need to pay attention to this component of the economy, because it can easily get lost in other computations. For example, in the United States, prior to, once again, Michael's engagement and awakening the Commerce Department of a need to calculate the blue economy, which heretofore had only been incorporated in matters like ships were included in transportation, fisheries capture was included in agriculture. We didn't have a separate and specific accounting for the blue technology. Once you see that number, 373 billion, I know we have your attention, you have our attention. This is a major growth element, and we'll be in a very positive disposition here by allowing the clusters to further form, work together, collaborate together. And what impresses me so is that clusters don't necessarily compete, they work in alignment. And when a team in Cork recognizes that the talent in order to pursue this activity might rather be found in Brest, so then the referral is made over to the next cluster, and vice versa. This referral and alignment through this network has astounded me in how collegial folks are, because the larger value here is to bring economic gain, prosperity, and sustainability in all of these undertakings across the international community, not just for my own cluster or your own cluster. And I've seen that behavior repeated, and you'll see it through the demonstrations in today's discussion and throughout BlueTech Week. So I encourage you to realize that this is a formula for success. It's a formula of opportunity, and I think we're going to see this continue to grow. Now, let me introduce another subject, if I may, here, and it's been taking up a lot of my time, and that is that as of January 1st, 2021, we will be commencing the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. Excuse me. Sustainable development of the oceans is a euphemism for the blue economy. Our desire is to do it in a sustainable way. And it's based on something that TMA BlueTech and BlueTech Week has been focusing on, which are the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. They are universal. They are supported by all the member states of the United Nations. And basically, it is to achieve a more enhanced economic opportunity of prosperity, wellness, and health for the human population, while making sure we take care of the balance of the ecosystem, which are the other earthly components that comprise our ecosystem. So for the Ocean BlueTech, the Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development, there will be a very large billboard on the side of every nation's mental roadside that says, attention to the oceans. And I think this is going to give us a further boost, where we're going to see that ocean-related opportunities are going to be front and center in the governments of many countries during the course of this decade. And we're looking at a kickoff that would really try and do this with gusto. And I think an opportunity for each of the clusters is to be looking at perhaps even how the community of clusters, maybe Michael through the Cluster Alliance, the BlueTech Cluster Alliance, could be having some measure of contribution to make notionally, intellectually, not financially, but notionally and intellectually into how achieving sustainable development with the resources in mind, but truly sustainable so that those resources are there again for future generations, how could really be brought forward and in this very convenient vehicle and communication tool of using the visibility of the UN decade can have even greater visibility for the value of technology clusters, the cooperation and collaboration within and across different clusters, but also within the Triple Helix, the components that comprise this undertaking. So I'm very optimistic about this, and it is the ocean's time. This is a once in a career, if not once in a lifetime. For those of you who remember Jacques Cousteau's early appearance, Silent World, and his other early writings and films, that was an awakening moment for the world. Rachel Carson, Silent Spring, and authors of other nations that have produced similar works that raised our ocean-minded awareness. We are in for a decade of that. And I think the technology cluster construct is going to be a very meritorious tool in helping us accelerate the delivery of what science cannot do alone. But science needs to be producing information that can be utilized and extrapolated by the commercial sector, by business minds, by innovative minds, as we also now turn to not the economy and the culture that was the product of mid-century last, where the technologies of a world war gave us some visibility into the ocean and ocean harvesting and convenience of products in production. We became a production society unconcerned by our byproducts. Today, we realize that our byproducts are choking us. They are filling our oceans. They are polluting our atmosphere in not just dirty air, but in chemical constituents. So the opportunity through us that the clusters can lead with science, with government support, and with industry moving forward is to recognize that a circular economy is going to be the greatest advantage. There are many businesses, there are many models, and there are many participants here in the BlueTech Alliance and in the discussion of BlueTech Week that demonstrate this circular economy. I'll need not call them out to you, you'll see them, but where the byproduct of one activity is not just thrown away and discarded, it's used to clean up, for example, oil spills. There are many different ways to be looking at this, but the circular economy is going to be the key. So as we look forward to the week ahead of us, to me it's exciting, but the day ahead of us here for our session, we'll start with a first panel that's going to be looking at the BlueTech Cluster Alliance and the members and how one works currently and how a new cluster can be brought into formulation and how that recipe has proven to work. We'll then go on to a visit with our European cluster colleagues, and we'll hear from several spokespersons there to describe the successes that have been met in Europe. And then we'll move on to the ocean and water cluster, where we'll also hear, as Michael has alerted us to, about Mission Starfish, which is pretty exciting. We'll then take a break, and that break is only 15 minutes. We would normally, if we were in San Diego together, enjoy the coffee and pastries, but hopefully you can find your own in your own comfort and convenience of your location. But then after just a 15-minute break, we come on back with not the cluster specific, but the more general conversations. Clusters and economic development. How do you sponsor a cluster? Where does one find resources in order to make the cluster stand up and have legs? And that's an important consideration. That's where the Triple Helix, I think, really comes into play, where there may be a more definitive role for government in this opportunity. Then the next session is the blue economy and workforce development. This is a huge challenge for us, at least in the agency I represent, where we're looking at how are engineering schools, how are the trades, how are the various professions preparing the world, our economy and the economy of the world, for the workforce that's going to be needed to be in a circular economy, not a production, single line production oriented economy, but a circular economy. Where are we going to find the talents and the tools for what will be the technologies of tomorrow? and we have to start working on that today. So that's always, every year, a very exciting discussion with insight from educators. And I'll just offer the notion that since we are talking to an organization that's based in San Diego, it routinely excites me to hear what the San Diego school system is accomplishing in terms of blue technology and blue awareness. And then for the close of our main session, we'll have a discussion on the ways to collaborate in the convening of clusters. But then we'll follow, after several hours of a break, the opportunity for us to hear from our Asian colleagues and how clusters are formulating and developing and serving in the Asian community. So that will basically construct our day, and I'll give you a rundown of summation that will take place at the close of our main session here. I look forward to doing that every year. I throw in a few ideas that I see, at least as a government representative, for where we could be finding opportunities. But in looking at the run of the day, this now being our 6th annual is something I look forward to every year, and I do believe you do as well. I appreciate, Michael, your leadership and your inviting me to participate. Noah's very proud to participate here and to help the movement as we find great economic opportunity. We find that over the past several years, we've seen several executive orders and memoranda or instructions that really are going to help the blue economy, such as cataloging and inventorying minerals and precious elements that are part of the U.S. exclusive economic zone. Right now, we can't tell you where they are. We know they're out there, but we don't know exactly where they are and in what abundance. And the ability to do that is enhanced by a presidential memorandum that instructs us to finally map what our friends in Ireland have done years ago, but to map the exclusive economic zone, to explore it and to characterize it. So those are activities that are ongoing. And as we approach a change of administration, I'm very hopeful that we can sustain these levels of effort and carry these through, as well as the blue economy mindedness, if you will, that has been prevailing in the national discussion for the past several years. So I'm very much looking forward to that future, very much looking forward to the balance of the week that we have here. And I think, Michael, with your permission, I know we're a little bit early, but I would like to then commence the introduction of our first panel and to invite our first speakers to come forward. So we have first here our first cluster that I'd like to introduce, our first cluster discussion that I would like to introduce. And it's on the Alliance, and it's an update on how we work with clusters and how one of a new cluster can be brought into play and to be part of this important community. So we have first our colleague Ove Hagsether, who is from many years of experience, ranging from business development, software development, finance, very much an experienced business person leading the likes of oil and gas, different development and diverse components of IT, sales and marketing. In other words, a business mind and businessman's businessman, and academic as well. So Ove will start first with his presentation, then to be followed by Fanny Moten, who is the project director for the Pôle Mer Méditerranée. And Fanny has been with the organization for about 2 years, and she's very much responsible for international BlueTech cluster participation and also representing these at the international meetings such as Euronaval and Oceanology International. And then the third speaker of this set will be our own Michael Jones, who is the founder of the TMA BlueTech and has been working for a number of years in order to advance this cause. And as an investor himself, an angel investor, and also a financial resource motivator, a technology motivator, Michael will be explaining really the heart and the value of this proposition. So if I could then say thank you very much for allowing me to convene this session, and I'll step back and yield the floor to Uwe. Thank you.
Actually, we're going to throw you a curveball, Craig, and I'm going to go first. So I apologize for that. But
no
I'm
worries,
going to talk a little bit about kind of the backdrop to BlueTech Cluster Alliance. Then Ove will be second, and then Fanny will be following that. And I think my slides will come up momentarily. While I'm just in the interim, I just want to say again that, first of all, thank you all for coming. We do this every year. We start with the cluster convening. Craig, thank you again 5 out of 6 years, you're a star. 29 countries this year at BlueTech Week. Every year we have a topic. This year our topic is aqua optimism, BlueTech, and the SDGs, so the Sustainable Development Goals. As of this morning at 5 o'clock Pacific time, we had 580 signed up attendees. We have 300 moderators, panelists, and speakers, 70 keynotes, panels, and roundtables managed by essentially 3 full-time people and 2 part-time people. It's amazing, and particularly during the lockdown. So kudos to the TMA team for pulling this off. I would ask you all to please take time to visit with the exhibitors. There's some great technologies. And use Whova if you have not. It's a great program. And for the 6 months following this, you'll be able to continue to use it to reach out, to look at videos, etc. So there's really going to be a lot going on today, and we are recording virtually every session. So if you miss something, you'll be able to go back. So I'm going to very quickly run through what is BTCA and give an example of cluster collaboration that came out because of our relationships with BTCA. And then both Uwe and Fanny will have additional ways of kind of showing how BTCA has become kind of a basis for us to learn and figure out ways to work together. So next slide, Melissa, please. So I think all of you know what a cluster is. All of us are what we would consider to be full-featured clusters, and Craig made the observation that we talk to different constituencies, and while there are people who talk about quadruple helix and the quintuple helix, in terms of kind of economic interest, we think there's academia and education, there's a blue tech industry, which includes investors, entrepreneurs, et cetera, to us. And then you've got policymakers, and where they all overlap is really related to solving needs and jobs. And it's really important. A cluster, in our opinion, that sits in the middle should be working with all 3 of those. Again, not to say they shouldn't do a lot more with entrepreneurs and investors as well. We all work at that in some way. But these are 3 big constituencies. And economic growth, needs and solutions, as you see in that lower right-hand box, that's really the commonality. And all of the clusters of alliance are not for profit instead of a for-profit. And it's something that allows us to realize that we all have kind of common goals. Next, please. So I'm not going to read these, but we have a mission, we have goals. We were launched in January of 2017. We currently have 10 clusters, although it looks like we have 9, but there are 2 in the UK that went together as Blue Growth UK. And over time, we certainly expect to have more. And one of the things that we are thinking about and right now have put up for a vote through the BlueTech Cluster Alliance is about bringing in water clusters. We are the one cluster really traditionally been both ocean and water, so ocean technology and water wastewater technology. But our friends at Formoseano and Federico Ferreira is on the phone, are also moving toward incorporating water. I know that our friends in Plocan in Spain, they're in the Canary Islands. Obviously, water is a big issue for them, dealing with wastewater as well. So there's really reasons for us to collaborate across the water spectrum. And one of the reasons that Mission Starfish is so exciting is because they look at a cycle of water. There's one amount of water, it's just in some state or another. So right now we are 10 clusters from 8 countries, and we expect that we will continue to grow. This is the kind of the mature cluster side, but we also are looking at creating a kind of I don't know how to call it, but a affiliate program where we can work with developing clusters. And as Craig pointed out, this afternoon from 5 to 7:30 p.m. West Coast, we actually will have a number of clusters from Asia that we have been working with that I think all are interested in in at some point becoming part of the BlueTech Cluster Alliance. The process to join the BlueTech Cluster Alliance, and this is on our website. If you go to bluetechclusters.org, you need to be a formal industry-oriented organization. You need to have a history of and budget to attend international shows, since that's where typically we are meeting, and then a history of demonstrable collaboration between clusters. And then the process is that a member cluster will recommend a new member, and then we have a vote from the BlueTech Cluster Alliance, in this case charter members, but that's something we'll look at as well going forward. So the idea is that there's a formal process and that no single cluster can keep anybody else out. It's really a matter of meeting the criteria, and people feeling, all of us as clusters, feeling that this is an organization that we can work with. So we welcome people to talk to us if they think that they meet these criteria and want to be part of the BlueTech Cluster Alliance. Next, please. So I wanted to kind of end up with an example of something that I don't think would have happened if we had not been in the BTCA. And I don't think he's on the phone today, but João Taça de Sousa, who is a professor at the University of Porto in Portugal, and I were at a party at Mary Monk's house, Walter Monk being a legendary oceanographer who unfortunately died about 2 years ago. And so he and nursing beers and talking, and we said, you know, what's really needed is a long distance testing location. And so we came up with what has turned into be called ARC, Atlantic Autonomous Robotics Consortium. And we then approached our partners, Formoseano and Plocan. So 3 of the 4 founding partners are members of TMA BlueTech. I think through our various partners, we had met the Air Center, which is a very interesting organization headquartered in the Azores that has been supported by the EU and by the Portuguese and Spanish governments, also by ESA, European Space Agency, and others. And we really put together an idea. It took us a couple of months to create an MOU. And now we're trying to figure out who are our partners to do this. People like NOAA, NASA, ESA, NATO, US Navy, and others have expressed some interest. Over time, we'll figure out what that turns into. But essentially what we will have is various distance testing courses and then testing facilities and repair facilities. Right now we have in 2 of the 5 locations in the Canary Islands and in Porto, but working with the Portuguese Navy, there will be a new one south of Lisbon. There's supposed to be one developed in the Azores and then one in Madeira. Again, this would not have been possible, really, in my opinion, without the relationships, the trust that had been developed between each other by BTCA. And I think that Ove and Fanny will both have some things that they'll explain as to how it's been useful for them as well. So last slide then, please. So this is something that Dawn Wright had on a slide once, which I immediately stole. She's the chief scientist from Esri. The African proverb, if you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I always feel like that's the appropriate way. So thank you all, and I'm going to hand it over to Ove at this point. And you know, we look forward, if you are interested in BTCA, beginning a dialogue with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. I hope you can hear me, everyone.
Perfect.
That's great. Yeah, thank you for having me in the panel. And I would just try to share some couple of slides with you in my introduction. Just a second. Hopefully you can see this slide as well. Okay, in my introduction, I'm just going to touch upon how an organized and strong cluster forms an ecosystem, which I find very important. An ecosystem for innovation and also business growth. So I will talk about that, and also a little bit about the importance of connecting ecosystems across borders, and the importance then of including and sharing. And here, of course, comes the BlueTech Cluster Alliance in. This ecosystem consists of different stakeholders, and which all have to understand and take their role fully with all that it entails. So it's all about a collaboration, and which benefits all the companies and all organizations forming a cluster. So in a way, it's how I like to see it, it's in a way a coalition of the willing. Just a quick few words about the Norwegian Innovation Cluster, because the Norwegian government have had for more than 10 years now had their own program for forming clusters. And there are 3 levels in this program. You have the kind of well, the very mature level is what they call the GCE clusters, which we are a part of. It's only 3 clusters on this level in Norway. They are all connected to the ocean. And then we have the kind of Norwegian Center of Expertise, the NCE, and then we have the ARENA, which is more like a kind of a trainee. But the interesting thing is that they form clusters for many different industries, like health, like for financing, and media, and so forth, also tourism. So this is the program the Norwegian government is running. I will talk a little bit later today about how they finance this program, and including us then. Just a few words also about our strategy in GC Ocean Technology, which I find very important, especially in these days when we all struggle to become more sustainable in our industries and societies. So as you probably many of you know, I mean, Norway has been an offshore oil producing nation for many decades and have developed a lot of offshore underwater technology for the oil and gas industry, which also have been for all those decades a very rich industry. So they have been doing a lot of research. The purpose of GC Ocean Technology is really to repurpose all this competence and technology into new applications, being offshore floating wind, like next generation seafood farms, and also a bit further down the road, deep sea minerals. A more sustainable and greener society and industry will need about twice as much different types of minerals from the periodic system compared to let's call it the fossil age we are living in today. So this is really quite important. So that's the scope we have here. And it's quite important for the Norwegian economy, because 70% of all export income in Norway is coming from the sea, from either one of these industries you are seeing here, either fishery, shipping, or the oil and gas energy. So if we go a little bit further, what we did then with this strategy in GC Ocean Technology was to analyze in a way what we needed to help this transition. And we ended up together in a huge study with MIT in Boston. We ended up with a kind of what I like to call a kind of Triple Helix version 2.0, or what we call it the Pentagon model. We expanded really the model and introduced the entrepreneurs and also the capital. Everything needs financing, and from research done in Norway, most new jobs or job creation comes from new companies. So we really need to kind of implement this ecosystem. So that was what we put a lot of effort into. And then also we need to kind of connect this ecosystem to other mature or ecosystems around the world. And here's where the BlueTech Cluster Alliance comes in. So therefore, we applied for being a member also 2 or 3 years ago in BlueTech Cluster Alliance. So a little bit of what do we get from being part of the Blue Cluster Alliance? Well, it's really one specific thing we work quite a lot on is common EU funding applications. There's a lot of schemes, a lot of funding possibilities within the EU, and we have a lot of collaboration in the alliance. Also, of course, with US or TMA and the Canadian representative in the BlueTech Cluster Alliance. And by the way, just last week we landed a contract or an application here, so that gives us a lot of well, developing work to do. We also, of course, like in small open economy as Norway is, we need to have collaboration on all different levels with other ecosystem companies or parts of the world. So that's another important goal we have being part of the BlueTech Cluster Alliance, to connect companies both for partnering, for sales, for develop common projects, for investors, having the right kind of competent capital for our companies. So we need that type of connection. And also, of course, we exchange knowledge and experience. Both Craig and Michael talked about bringing new members, expanding the alliance, and important work for us too. And specifically, we have been working quite a lot with clusters like the Subsea Innovation Cluster in Australia, in Perth, Australia. And also, in fact, I'm gonna help and do some helping for the marine cluster in Saldanha Bay in South Africa. It's just an hour drive north of Cape Town along the Atlantic coast. And we have been trying to help in different initiatives in Brazil, especially in the area of Rio de Janeiro. So, so these are also important issues to bring more clusters on board to help facilitate trade and development. So, yeah, I think I'll stop there, and I can come back when the discussion is when we start the panel discussion. So, thank you. Then I give the word back to you, Michael, or maybe Fanny, which is the next.
Fanny's next.
Hello, thank you, Ove, and thank you, Michael, as well, for having me. This is my first time participating in BlueTech Week, so it's very exciting. I'm really looking forward to all the panels that are planned throughout the week. So just like Ove, I'm going to start with a quick overview of the Polymer Méditerranée. We are what the French government calls a competitiveness cluster, and so we have a twin, Polymer Bretagne Atlantique, which is also a member of BTCA. And together, our mandate is to promote innovative projects between our members. And so that's our main goal every year, is to help companies find finance for their projects. And within that mandate, what we found is that helping companies grow, including grow internationally, has been very helpful for them to find new partners, new industrial or technological partners, or even financial partners to help develop their projects. So within that scope, BTCA has been very helpful to us to help strengthen our bond with clusters that we're maybe working with previously. But now, since we are meeting every month to discuss common topics, we have more of an opportunity to strengthen our bonds, figure out what we can do together, and find opportunities for our members. So BTCA has been an opportunity for our members in terms of networking, most importantly. When we have a question from one of our members asking us, hey, I'm looking to develop in such and such country. Do you have any contacts? We can then ask the clusters within BTCA for any help that they might have. And it's been something that we're currently developing internally at BTCA, and it's something that we've also experimented bilaterally on our own, with our region helping us fund meetings and relations between companies in France, in our region, and abroad. The other part of BTCA that's been very helpful for us has been in terms of sharing best practices, and also in terms of promoting events to each other and finding new audiences for our events. So for example, I think in this case it was actually TMA BlueTech that set up the BlueTech Global Connect webinars that were held monthly this year. That there was a really strong interest from our members in France to participate in these webinars, because this is something that they want to know more about. They want to be able to reach investors, especially American investors are very attractive to French companies. So this is something where we could bring something to TMA BlueTech for their webinars. But we also have had success in communicating on our events, like our offshore floating wind conference, which is going to be held in April of next year. We always communicate on our events, especially this one, to BTCA. And in turn, we see that we receive more and more applications from international applicants to speak at our conference, which is something that's really important to us, because we want to show that we can lead this specific industry in developing and in finding more international partners. So for us, BTCA has also been sort of eye-opening in terms of how we can collaborate with international. Previous to BTCA, we had a few partnerships, bilateral partnerships, but these partnerships were formalized, but very few activities were done together, besides visits of 1 or 2 delegations perhaps during the lifetime of the partnership. What we found with BTCA is that we understood that there's more that can be done, and that there's different ways of doing it, especially now with all of our digital tools that we have at our disposal. With BTCA, we've been doing phone calls every month for who knows how many years now, and we found that this is something that we can implement with our other partnerships. In terms of helping developing clusters as well, this has been something that we've developed in the past few years. In particular, we signed an agreement with a developing cluster in Tunisia, and we have relations developing also with a developing cluster in Turkey. So what we found is that if we reach these clusters that are developing, maybe they can't help us right now with what our members would like, which is a strong network in the country to help develop. But we found that if we help these clusters, if we share best practices with them, and if we come visit them and have them come visit us, we can develop stronger relations, and they'll find an immediate interest in helping develop their cluster. And we, in the long term, will not only have a strong partner in that region, but we'll also have more and more opportunities for our members. And eventually, perhaps, these clusters are quite early in their development, but perhaps we'll ask them to apply for BTCA one day. So that was quite brief. I think that's the main ideas that I wanted to get across today, and the rest I think we can discuss during the following discussion.
Fanny, that was really excellent. Ove as well. Thank you so much for that. Just to kind of go through, what we've asked Craig to do is moderate the whole day, but the three of us now are really the moderators for this particular 45-minute segment. So we would ask all of you now, if you have questions for either one of us or for all three of us, we'd love to take those. I mean, our goal is to, as you can tell, I mean, Fanny and the Pôle Méditerranée looking at Tunisia and Turkey, she mentioned, but I know you've also worked with French-speaking regions as well. Ove mentioned Australia, Brazil, South Africa. We also have been working with Brazil, a little bit with South Africa, Mexico, and then people in Asia that will be on this afternoon. And whatever one of us does, we have all agreed that all of us will profit from that. And so as we were reaching out to Taiwan a year or so ago, the Premier Bretagne Atlantique, for example, gave us names of people that they'd had a mission and they'd met with people in Taiwan. And by having those names, it was helpful to us. So the whole idea of BlueTech Cluster Alliance is that 1 + 1 really equals 3. And so to hear about Tunisia, Turkey, Brazil, we want to be available to help others. And so we'd really like to take your questions. And I know that we've got a couple of our friends from the commercial service on, but whoever is interested, I see someone from Christophe is on from the EU, and he'll be speaking the next panel. But anybody has a question about either BTCA or how we like to work with new clusters, we'd love to take your questions. I would suggest you unmute and ask your question at this point, but you can raise your hand if you'd like.
Michael, I will point out that Alex does have a question in the chat. I'll read it for you. As a developing cluster, New Bedford Ocean Cluster, how do we engage with BTCA?
It's just get to know the clusters. The criteria that we put forward and is on our website is you need to get to know the clusters. One of them, at the end of the day, will have to recommend that someone become a member. So you need to make sure that you're working with them. You also need to be industry-led, and you need to go to shows, because that's where we typically are meeting. Every year we have met at BlueTech Week, but we also have met at Ocean Business, Oceanology International. If I know that the GC Ocean Technology has got something that they're working on with the European Green New Deal, and they've pulled in a number of the BTCA clusters. So it really depends on how you want to get involved, but over time you'll need to get to know the clusters and at least have one that would say how how they've worked with you. It's easy for people to raise their hand and say, I will be collaborative. You have to prove that you're collaborative is kind of the way we put it. We also are going to be developing and have talked about and have not yet done an affiliate program for developing clusters. And we're all doing that informally, as Fanny and Ove and I have all said, and we're not alone. Other ones of the clusters are also doing the same thing. So again, I would suggest that you reach out to either us in the United States or any of the other clusters to get to know them. Fanny and Ove, anything you'd add to that?
No, I guess you said it all. So just reach out and we can kind of arrange also a meeting, and I can tell you much more about how we work, and you can probably do that with any cluster in the alliance. So yeah, so just start from there.
So Fanny, how did you find the Tunisians and the Turkish? Did you read about them, or did they come to you?
They came to us, actually. I know more about how the Tunisian relations were formed. They came to us because the person that is currently creating this cluster is very enterprising and has reached out to a lot of people in the industry. I think they reached out to French clusters in particular because of there's a lack of language barrier since they speak French in Tunisia. And it went actually quite fast in regards to creating the relation. They sent us a few emails, and I think within 6 months they came to visit us in France, and we signed a memorandum of understanding. So they're quite entrepreneurial, and it seems like they're in the process of gathering all the right contacts and the right network to really set up this cluster. As far as the Turkish cluster goes, I believe that this was a contact through European partners, And what we're working on right now is in creating a sort of internship where somebody from the project would come to Bonne Mer Méditerranée for a few months to observe and learn best practices from how we run our cluster. But obviously, with the current situation, I think this project has been put on ice, but it's something that we're going to be looking into reviving with the new context taken into consideration.
That's fabulous. You know, it's interesting. We were contacted by the national think tank of Korea in early 2019, and they wanted to come and visit. And they had been to a couple other clusters, and we are very similar to them, it turns out, in terms of population size. We have Coast Guard, they have Coast Guard. And so they came in I think March or April of 2019, and then they came back to BlueTech Week. And likewise, we were contacted by a prefecture in Japan that was thinking of creating a cluster. And so part of this BTCA is the visibility. When people go looking, they will maybe find one of us and realize that we have a network, or they'll put in clusters and BlueTech Cluster Alliance will come up. And so that very visibility means that people will come looking for us. That was a great question. Did that answer the question? And who else has a question? We've got another 15 minutes on this particular panel.
I think that at least there's a comment on the chat from Fulay Pradeep.
Yeah, actually, so I guess, Pradeep, do you want to say hello and introduce what you're doing at the National Science Foundation? Oh, it says he just left the meeting. That's a shame. So he came on and he put something into, so apparently there's a program director at the Convergence Accelerator Program at the National Science Foundation. It's a new program. Well, you all can see this. So, you know, we'll reach out to him and see about what he's doing and see how BTCA can play in that. And obviously you, Ove, have a very strong relationship with MIT.
Yeah, just as a comment to you all, we are running annually we are running this 3 months scale up program together with MIT in Boston and Norwegian Business School. So for companies, and normally we have 8-10 companies joining this every year. So maybe I can have a chat with them later on.
That sounds great. And then I see. Go ahead.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I do see that. Oh, yes.
I see that Sylvia
hello.
from the Inter-American
My
Development
name is I'm Pradeep Fulay from National Science Foundation, NSF, and just wanted to request you or make you aware of a workshop that we recently funded. It was organized by MIT and attended by a lot of people. Some of them I do recognize some of the names here from your agenda, but this is an area that is, of course, of interest to NSF in multiple ways, from engineering and sciences, some of the ideas with respect to Internet of Things as it applies to oceans, monitoring oceans, data science, robotics, advanced materials and sensors, and then of course from our energy, blue energy viewpoint and so on. So please take a look at that workshop, and if you have any questions, please reach out to me. I'll be very happy to connect with you. So, and Convergence Accelerator is a new program at NSF. Many of you may not be aware of it, but we are really focused on deliverables that would come out in an accelerated time frame. So I don't want to take up too much of time here trying to tell you what we are, but please take a look and please reach out to me. I'll be very happy to talk to anybody who is wanting to learn a little more. And really, we really appreciate this particular conference. There's a lot of very high level interdisciplinary science, and we are very, very appreciative of this.
Freddie, before we let you go, do you have an interest in clusters? I mean, you've talked about an accelerator, and many of us,
Yes.
would say that a good cluster isn't in fact an accelerator. You know, by definition, what Fanny is doing and Ove is doing and we are doing is bringing companies across multiple disciplines together and figuring out how we can help them grow.
Absolutely. Yeah, totally agree with you. I mean, what I heard from you and Fanny and Ove is precisely so partnerships. There is a huge emphasis in the Convergence Accelerator on partnerships. The projects that we support could be industry can be the lead on those projects. It is not required that an academic institution be the lead. So that's a huge differentiator for us. And partnerships are really key, just like, you use the word cluster. That's very, very essential for the Convergence Accelerator program to kind of make, you use the word, somebody used the term 1 + 1 is 3. So that's what we are all about. And so there is a lot of synergy between the BlueTech Cluster Alliance and what we are trying to do in the Convergence Accelerator. And of course, this is one area that we are looking at, but there are multiple other areas across sciences and engineering with a connection to social, behavioral science, economics. So it is certainly interdisciplinary, requires people coming in from very different organizations, different perspectives, different viewpoints.
Great. We have 2 other questions in the chat. Let's get to those before we run out of time. We've got 10 more minutes. So Sylvia and the Inter-American Development Bank were with us. Some of the people were there from last year from the Caribbean. Sylvia, do you want to talk about your call for cluster proposals? Sylvia, you may be on mute.
Yeah, I'm so glad to be joining this year, and such a coincidence that I wrote to Melissa and, I could just make it in time. So I'm super grateful for the opportunity to tell the group. I lead technical assistance program, a regional technical assistance program in the Caribbean called Compete Caribbean. And it covers 13 countries in the Caribbean. It's financed by the Inter-American Development Bank, the government of the United Kingdom, the government of Canada, and the Caribbean Development Bank. And we work a lot in cluster projects. Now, we've recently received an influx of financing from one of our donors that is earmarked to the blue economy. And we have just opened the call for cluster projects in the blue economy. How we define them is they have to be private sector led. So 3 or more Caribbean firms in the blue economy that can be collaborating with businesses abroad, research institutions in the Caribbean or abroad, etc. And I was really interested in just telling you about it because I think that there can be very interesting ways of collaboration. We're actually holding a launch event on December 1st, and I could send you the link to it, where we expect the audience to be people that are interested in applying to the clusters, and this may be a way of networking. And we're also considering a networking event. Just to show you, you go to competecaribbean.org, and you would find, I want to share with you, you would find, do you see it? You would find in the first screen kind of more information. You click on it and you go to the webpage with all the details. Thank you, Michael, for this opportunity.
I'm pleased you're able to be with us. That's really great, and we can publicize this as well in our newsletter, and of course share it with all the BTCA members as well. We obviously have some of the world's leading clusters involved in BTCA. Joshua Berger from the Pacific Northwest is with us again this year. Joshua, and you have a question: how do you see BTCA engaging with other various formal and informal coordination happening? I think you better give us a little more detail than that, because I'm not quite sure what you are asking us.
Hey, Michael. Thank you. Sorry, not live today because, like many, managing multiple kids, homeschooling, and lots going on at once. But appreciate all this opportunity. Yeah, like my question is, and for the group is, there's lots of different coordination happening, which is wonderful. UN Ocean of the Decade, a lot more attention being paid to the blue economy and this work. Investors, Poseidon principles, lots happening. All wonderful. What I'm noticing, and my theory is definitely that we're all better together, and the more coordination, the more collaboration, the better. My question is, how do we, with lots of different formal coordination and alliances happening around clusters, accelerators, incubators, how do we manage all the different levels of coordination that's happening and make sure that we're really being effective in this coordination while not being redundant? How do we, good questions on how we manage all of that. I certainly don't have any answers, but I'm always wanting to bring that to the table.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting if anybody has the answer to that one. Sometimes people come along when something already exists and develop it, and they either don't know what already exists or feel like they've got to put their own stake in the sand, and it's hard. It's just like when companies merge, who's going to lead it and who's going to be responsible and where does the money go and who gets it and all kinds of things. It's a difficult question, as you know. But if anybody has an answer to Joshua, I think we all would like to hear it. How do we avoid the huge duplication that does seem to go on? And how do you, I'll put a corollary in there. In France, Fanny just came out of hiding there. And in France, the French government pushes funding down. And so they've designated the clusters. And so you got to join that cluster to get the funding. We don't have anything like that. In our case, we've got to prove our spurs every single day so people stay as a member. So every cluster is a little different. I think in Europe, in some cases, they have leverage through finance that some of us don't have. But any idea about how we coordinate better?
Well, if I may, actually in France we do have other clusters that aren't competitiveness clusters they're not financed by the government. They're financed by their own private means. We have, for example, the French Maritime Cluster or the Professional Association for the Naval Industries, which are very important clusters in France, and we work with them. The thing is that obviously we have to find compromises on what types of actions we can and cannot do together, because these clusters typically depend more on private funding than we do, for example, even though we're financed 50% by private funding. And so it's a balancing game of figuring out what can be done. But I think also the fact that there is different clusters working on blue tech or in the maritime industry isn't necessarily a bad thing, even if we don't know all of them. And even if, for example, some of them we might not have relations or particularly developed relations with them, I think it's still important for there to be many different opportunities for companies. And we'll eventually, even if we don't have every single maritime company that's joined our cluster, we'll know that there's always opportunities for them, and that means that if there's several different clusters happening, it means that the economy is doing well, that the maritime economy is doing well. That's my vision on it, and I think that we shouldn't try to stamp out all these redundancies, but try and see what we can work out together. That's what we've been trying to do on our end.
I think you are going to be one of the last. We need to take one more quick comment, and then we'll need to move on to the next panel. But I think, Joshua, your question is one that, first of all, there's no way we will answer it today. But it's something that probably will come up in the course of the day, not least of which because we at BTCA are both for the last year and a half been talking about creating an affiliate program, but we haven't done it yet. Partially because we haven't had companies come to us and say, I want to be involved, and we then say, well, you're not quite mature enough, but I think we're moving in that direction. And then the second thing is this issue of, does this include water wastewater as well as ocean. You know, and Sylvia, for you, every island has, they may be surrounded by ocean, but they also have freshwater issues. And so we believe that putting water and ocean technologies together makes lots of sense. And 50 to 60% of our companies sell at least across the water spectrum. So that's another aspect of this. There are water clusters, and I know Fanny made us aware of that in France, if we didn't know it. Whereas other countries in Portugal and Norway, there aren't discrete water clusters. So the question is, do they embrace water in addition to what they're doing in ocean? And each one will have to make their own decision. So I think we'll move on to the next panel. And Hemming, thank you for being with us. And I see your comments. Perhaps we can come back to these. We've got, of course, a number of speakers, and they may address some of these issues. But I think right now we're going to move on to our next panel. Every panel is interesting. So we're going to move to the European clusters and the European Cluster Collaboration Platform. And Craig, do you want to make these introductions, or do you want to jump into it? How would you like to play that?
Michael, we can just go ahead and have the speakers just jump right in, because I think the bios are on the materials that were circulated for the session. So I would just say let's go ahead and proceed along. Thank you.
Yep. And Melissa, do you have an order? Is Christophe going to be first from the European Commission, or how did you want to do this?
It was my understanding that Christophe would be first if he would like to start sharing his screen. If he needs me to share his presentation instead, I can do so if he lets me know.
Yes. Hello, everybody. Do you hear me?
We do.
Very good. Yes, Melissa, would you mind sharing my presentation?
That will just take me one. Yes, it will just take me one.
I can do it.
Okay, if you would like to, that's great. If not, it'll just take me a few seconds. So if you want to try, and if not, then I will share.
So I'll just make an observation, Christophe, while you're doing that. Christophe was with DG Grow. European Union has been really focused on clusters, and he and I met a number of years ago at an event, I think in Hamburg the first time. But we've met at several of these conferences, and we're thrilled to have him with us today to talk about what the EU is doing through a specific program, trying to help clusters get to know each other and grow and mature. So really appreciate the work that you guys are doing.
Do you see my presentation, Michael?
We do.
Okay,
we do.
Very good. Let me see, because I do not see the whole screen for me. I don't know why. I see.
Sorry, Christophe. It was they were seeing it because I was sharing it, so I've unshared my screen. So if you want to share your screen now.
No, please go ahead, Melissa, because I had difficulties to share my screen actually.
Okay, we should be good now.
Yep. Go ahead, Christophe.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, Michael, for this. And what I would like to do briefly is to give you an update on the latest cluster-related actions that have been supported by the European Commission. So next slide, please. First of all, one of the key updates I would like to bring to you, it is in terms of support services. This is about the European Cluster Collaboration Platform. Basically, we are currently working on a complete revamp of the European Cluster Collaboration Platform, which should be launched in the coming weeks. But for the time being, the current cluster collaboration platform that is currently active since 2016 have managed to become one of the key hubs connecting clusters in Europe, but also beyond. It has basically registered over 1,100 cluster organizations, including more than 140 clusters beyond Europe, including 10 from the US, indeed, and including your cluster alliance in San Diego as well. It's well profiled on the CCP. It has also contributed to foster and reinforce cooperations and partnerships among clusters, notably through the organizations of a number of matchmaking events, including 7 outgoing events, such as with the US in 2017, 5 incoming events, inviting delegations of clusters from third countries to come in Europe to meet European clusters, and we have also organized 4 intra-European events since 2016. All this has contributed to generate over 400 cooperation cases and 52 former cooperation agreements. Next slide. The new cluster collaboration platform will integrate the current ECCP support services, but it will also integrate the European Resource Efficiency Knowledge Network, the European Cluster Observatory, and some social economy actors. This will become the key hub in Europe, mapping and connecting the different actors of industrial ecosystems. It will include all the cluster organizations that are currently registered under the European Cluster Collaboration Platform, but it will also map other actors, including the cluster key members, such as large firms, SMEs, startups, research organizations, but also cluster associations and networks, cluster partnerships, meta-clusters, training providers for clusters, resource efficiency support providers, and a number of relevant policy institutions. So this new platform will support all these actors to engage in collaboration and community building activities with new services such as capacity building webinars, policy learning events, and knowledge sharing tools. Next slide. Now, as concerns our internationalization activities, obviously these activities have been suspended for a while as a result of the pandemic, but the interest of clusters to reconnect to global value chain remain a very important component of the agenda for their economic recovery. Next slide. With regard to our actions in support of internationalizations, we have the Cluster Go International Actions that is funded by the European Commission. This action supports basically the establishment of cluster partnerships to develop and implement joint internationalization strategies for the benefit of SMEs. It supports common actions in view to help SMEs access global value chains and to initiate a long-term cooperation agenda with strategic partners in third countries. We have launched the third generation of projects with 24 new cluster partnerships going international, involving over 78 cluster organizations from across 20 European countries. They are targeting as a priority the US, Canadian, Japanese, and Chinese markets. A vast majority of these 24 partnerships, in total 16 out of 24, target the US market. And they focus notably on a number of fields, including smart mobility, clean tech, medical equipment, electronics, cosmetics, advanced textiles, and blue energy, notably with the Elbe projects, that is, the European leaders for blue energy. These projects include 6 European clusters, and one representative of these projects, Mr. Ruel, from the Pôle Mer Méditerranée in France, is with us in the panel this morning and will certainly be able to tell us more detail about this Elbe initiative. In total, this EU Actions Cluster Go International has gathered over 270 cluster organizations across 25 European countries, involved over 3,700 SMEs, in activities targeting international third markets. And that has generated a number of concrete business cooperation cases with international partners. Now, concerning our matchmaking events, this activity has been put on hold for a while, but we decided to try to turn our physical events into virtual events, even though we know that online face-to-face meetings might be more complex to establish in an international context. The EU South-Med Cluster matchmaking event that was foreseen for October will be organized next spring in the context of the EU-Africa Business Forum. Last week, we have organized our first virtual intra-European cluster matchmaking event in the context of the European Cluster Conference that took place last Tuesday and Wednesday. This event gathered over 120 participants and supported more than 240 virtual meetings between European clusters. For next year, for 2021, we plan to organize a number of cluster matchmaking events. First of all, with Canada, most likely a virtual events in early 2021, possibly in blue growth. So I draw your attention on this possibility, but also it could be on digital or agri-food. We plan as well to organize an event in Taiwan, hopefully going to Taipei for the European Innovation Weeks and Computex Trade Fair in Taipei, early June. And we also target to organize a number of matchmaking events with Korea, Singapore, and possibly with the US. Yes, next slide, Melissa. Thank you. In terms of policy cooperation with third countries, we have so far signed 4 administrative agreements with the US, Taiwan, South Korea, Canada to reinforce cluster cooperation opportunities from both sides, and to be able to exchange on policy learning between public administrations. We plan actually to sign an additional, a 5th administrative arrangement on cluster cooperation. This is with Singapore, early December, most likely at the occasion of the 1st anniversary of the signature of the free trade agreement between Singapore and the EU. Then, next slide. To conclude, I just wanted to inform you about the European cluster that took place last week, which gathered more than 1,000 participants online in different interactive sessions among cluster managers, policymakers, experts. These events mainly discussed how to boost the role of clusters to accelerate the green and digital transitions and to improve the resilience of the EU economy. There were a number of presentations made. All these presentations will be made available for all of you through the ECCP website very shortly. And I thank you for your attention.
Great, thank you, Christophe. And
I'm of course available for any questions later on. Huh?
Christophe, I was hoping to participate in your inter-European one, but we were not allowed. We were not on the approved list, so maybe next year we can figure out how to do that.
Well, I'm sure you will be able to find the different documents later on our platform. But
Thanks.
Indeed, we had another subscription and we had to give priority to European stakeholders.
Understood.
But,
yeah, thanks.
But we got a few representatives from beyond Europe, but they were on time, I think.
Federico.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Federico.
Okay, so Melissa, you are sharing my presentation? Okay, okay, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. I think I have around 5-7 minutes now. Michael, 5. So I'm very happy to be here in the 6th annual BlueTech Cluster Convening. It's already the 6th one. And it's just a brief story. I met Michael in 2013 in Ocean Business in Southampton. And at the time, wrote in my report that I made a promising contact with a cluster from San Diego. But when I wrote that, I never thought that a few years later, here we are with the BlueTech Cluster Alliance and being good partners. We were recognized in the last year as the best international partner of TMA, and we are very proud of that. So a long way, but still a lot to come and better for sure. So if you can pass the, so we are from Oceano, we are a Portuguese maritime cluster recognized by the Portuguese government. And I put this map just because when you look to Portugal, we are a small country in terms of land, but in terms of sea, we are, as you can see, a huge nation. So if you take in account our exclusive economic zone, 90% of Portugal's territory is sea. And with the extension of the continental shelf that is being decided in UN, we will be even larger concerning the in terms of our area of the sea. So I don't know okay, it's back on track. So we are the 6th largest economic exclusive zone of Europe and the 20th largest of the world. So for us, sea is really a resource, one of our biggest resources, but we have not taken all the advantage we could from the latest years, and it's also a mission of our cluster to do so. So next slide, please. So we were recognized by the Portuguese government as a cluster in 2009. There was a call for recognizing clusters, open call, and two regional initiatives ran for it, one from the north and other for the center, and then we were invited to merge in a single cluster for the whole country. This was good for both because we are not a big country and we have big players spread across the country. So for us, this was a good decision. You can see that we have a we used to say a triple helix form. So you can see that we have 60% of our members are companies, 16% are research centers and universities, 14% are business and other associations, and 90% public administration, local authorities and regional authorities, very important in the implementation of territorial policies related to the coast and to the sea. There was a new period of recognition in 2015. We were recognized twice. This took longer, and we were recognized in 2017. But this was also a moment to merge Oceano 21 at the time, the cluster, with Forum Entrepreneurship Economic Forum. That was a business association with some companies of the sea, and this was important also for the cluster to become one single organization for the whole country related to the sea. We work by the sea, and the maritime issues are large, so we work by thematic groups, by the value chains of the economy of the sea, like of the blue economy, like fisheries, aquaculture, shipping and transport, the shipbuilding and ship repair, marine renewables, robotics. So we work like that. And the two most recent outputs are the Challenge of the Sea 2030, done with the actors of the cluster related to all the thematics. And also we did some workshops in April, from April to June, to try to figure out in some of the value chains the impact of the COVID-19. We participate in European projects, in business missions and B2B events. we participate in international national networks, and this is very important for us. And we are talking in this particular session about the cooperation with other clusters. And we participate in some networks, the BlueTech Cluster Alliance, of course, the European Network of Maritime Clusters. We have our profile in the European Cluster Collaboration Platform, and we are involved currently in a COSM with Polymer Méditerranée, but I think Colin will speak a little bit later about this project. But this all starts for us. It was very important in 2009, a first project that we had with that was called RAMCAP, that established with some clusters, Marine Southeast and Polymer Méditerranée, for instance, that help us at the beginning to establish a network of clusters, contacts for us, of course, as for Oceano, but also for our members. We are recognized as an important stakeholder for the economy of the sea in Portugal. We contribute now for the new National Ocean Strategy that we will be publicized next year. And this slide, I try to put this in this slide, our vision or our action plan for the near future. So in the right side, you can see that we are dealing with these three big important agendas related with the Sustainable Development Goals, the decarbonization and energy transition, the circular economy, and digital transformation. This will affect all the maritime cluster ecosystem. So here you have some of the sectors of the maritime cluster ecosystem. You have the traditional ones, the port shipping, the shipbuilding and ship repair, the blue econ, the fishing. But then you have also the emerging one, the blue bioeconomy, the marine energy, the biotechnology, and also the part of the tourism and the aquaculture. To feed these sectors is very important. The training skills, the new needs in terms of competencies and skills, and also ocean literacy is very important to have ocean literacy, especially in the young people, to see the blue economy as a way, as a professional opportunity for them. So, and then you have here the policy, the funding instruments, and the communication that is very important, that fits all of these also. And you have these strategic axes. So we have the innovation and smart specialization. So I think all the clusters we are working in innovation and putting the knowledge and the economy together, bringing the knowledge and the economy, talking to each other, and to create added value, to create new business, and to new startups, entrepreneurship and acceleration, very important. And now we are working in the blue economy financing. We have some MOUs with some venture capitals and the Portugal Blue Fund. And this is very important to feed the new opportunities in the blue economy. For all of this, it's also important to have test facilities and labs. Michael already talked about the ARC initiative that couldn't happen without the BTCA. And so for us, the cooperation with other clusters to achieve these goals as a cluster is very important. And internationalization through the COSM opportunities, through cooperating through our networks like BTCA and NMC, and trying to find opportunities and goals, together goals to work together, is very important. So thank you very much. I think I will leave the floor for my next colleague, but I'm available for any questions you might have. Did I stick to the time, Michael?
You were great, Federico.
Thank you very much.
Is Hein going next, Melissa?
Probably, yeah. Shall I load my presentation up?
Yes, I was just going to load it, but I had to switch back to Teams to unmute myself. So if you...
Normally it should start in a minute. So
Wonderful, thank you.
Powering up. Yeah, that's it. See it. I assume. So thank you for inviting me as well, and be happy to explain a little bit more about our Water Alliance as a water cluster, and more specific also the place where we are with this innovation ecosystem at Water Campus. So last year I had the pleasure of being there in San Diego myself as well, Michael. So I decided to put our picture on here, which explains the SDGs, and I think it's important that we work together in that field. And I put also the picture there from the SDGs with water in the center, and I think that's pretty much how it is, because if you work on all those SDGs, water somehow has influences everywhere in all those SDGs, and even they tend to make conflicts and maybe even wars on water. If there is no water, or that it will become very important. So I think it's more than wise to team up. Well, our cluster is based in the Netherlands, and as the Netherlands is the world for its innovating technologies, not only in the water tech or ocean tech sector, but also a lot of what we call in the Netherlands delta technology, which is more the flooding type of issues and harbor kind of technologies. However, the Water Alliance is more focusing upon water tech and what is more included into all kinds of water quality issues. And that's in fact where our water campus ecosystem is built up around. And this picture shows, in my opinion, perfectly all the relations we have from out of the Netherlands here in Europe, but also the countries mentioned outside of Europe are important, of course. And as Water Alliance, we have many relations, even outside of Europe, to try to team up and connect companies to each other. And with one of them is the BlueTech Alliance in San Diego, where also was last year. And through the year, we have some digital meetings at the moment as well, together with you, to try to see how we can fit technologies from both ends to each other's network. So for that reason, we also started a couple of years ago what we call Global Water Tech Hub Alliance, and it has a lot of similarities, of course, with your BlueTech Alliance. So I think it's worthwhile exploring further and try to see where we can match it up. A little bit about our ecosystem. Water Campus is in fact a name for many organizations which team up in the field of bringing new technologies to the market, from initial ID and where we can help companies scale up that technology to fit to the market. We have a lot of programs running around that, and that's not only done by Water Alliance. We are only one partner in that Water Campus ecosystem, and we are more focusing upon the market, and that's why we are put there left in the circle. But if you see and you follow the circles here, from market demand, IDs, research, water application center, demo sites, and all the way around, that is in fact a circle which may last for, if you bring a new technology to the market, it can take you sometimes more than 10 years when you have an initial idea, and then if you look back and from the moment you become successful in the market, it always takes more time than you wanted when you started with the idea. So this is in fact the basis where Water Campus is built up around. We have several organizations helping in several different chains of this circle. So it starts off with an organization called WETSIS, which is in fact a science research institute. And that's really a European institute, because it works together with over 23 different universities and knowledge institutes from all over Europe, where PhDs from those universities work physically together in one lab here at Water Campus. So at the moment there is over 65 PhDs from all kinds of disciplines working in the field of finding new breakthrough type of technologies. And that's in fact in the initial stage. After this research, then you only might have a proven technology which comes out of the research, but the companies who are involved in this research then take over and work towards a technology which can be applied in the market. So therefore, this water application center and demo sites are also there. So a few pictures about these cycles, and you see the circles coming back in the right end of the picture. This is the Wetses Institute, which in fact is quite a unique institute because it's not a university itself, but it's a cooperation. It's in fact a European Center of Excellence for Sustainable Water Technology, where they work together with some 23 universities with 50 scientific chairs. And the uniqueness inside here is that it is also 105, at least more than 105 companies at the moment, also in this early stage research. So those PhDs from the universities, they carry out these research phase, of course, but the companies are there to make sure that it is somehow market-driven research, although sometimes it's also very fundamental, of course. But the involvement of the companies, which can be from all over the world, so there's companies from the Northern America region, from Asia region, and from Europe region as well. But they make sure that this research is somehow market-driven at the end of the day. As I already told you, there are some 65 PhDs in this project. So if this research has to be taken outside to test it, we also have demo sites in our region. And demo sites, you can see that as test facilities, test beds, in fact. And we have some 5 or 6 different demo sites around our water campus in the vicinity. And it's of course depending on the type of technology, because you can imagine if you have a technology which is there to treat wastewater, you can do nothing there with that technology in a drinking water application. So that's why we decided to have 5 or 6 different physical demo sites in the region, where depending on the type of technology, the technology can be tested and scaled up. There is a demo site on desalination water. So that's a site where all kinds of technology for desalination can be tested. And one of the beautiful technologies coming out of this research, for instance, is now called blue energy, which is now also in the Netherlands in a sort of semi-full-scale phase, where energy can be recovered from the difference of salt and fresh seawater. Another interesting demo site is one on hospital wastewater, and you know there is a lot of issues around medicines and micropollutants, and if we are able to treat the hospital wastewater, for instance, at the source, there where the water wants to run in the sewer, and we can treat it in a high concentration, there you will see other technologies popping up than if you need technologies at the end of the pipe in a wastewater treatment facility. So in that respect, there is demo sites on drinking water, on dairy wastewater, on sensoring, and on municipal wastewater treatment. And in that respect, we also are into a European Interact project. It's a Northwest European project where we team up with our and demo sites from all kinds of European countries. Well, this is always a nice picture to show, because this is about the water tech, which is in fact not only there to treat wastewater from domestic sites, but or making drink water for consumers. But in fact, water technology is a very enabling type of technology. There is links to agriculture, to chemistry, to health, to energy and food. So in that respect, water and water quality issues and water technology plays a significant role in many sectors. And that's what it makes complicated on one hand, but also very interesting, of course, to team up with also many clusters from other sectors, and what we call cross-sectoral research. One nice example, which is one of the multi-examples, of course, which we can show, but I do not have all the time for this presentation, but this is a rather new, nice invention of what is called Hydroloop, which is an in-house water recycling system, and it makes it possible to reuse the water in the houses from washing machines and showers, and reuse it, for instance, for filling the toilet to flush the toilets, or to use it for the garden, for irrigation. And this is really an innovative technology, but it's only one of it, isn't it? So there is many, many examples. What makes it also for us interesting is that we just ran into a new European project called EU Tech Bridge. And this is connecting the Europe and Northern America, not only for water tech, but also for energy-related technology. So this is just a new project just kicking off. But for us, it's interesting to try to get in touch with all kinds of North American end user challenges where it might be interesting to bring European SMEs to the table to try to solve the issues. And this also gives us, of course, a nice opportunity to work together with clusters in Northern America, like in the States or in Canada. We will definitely come back to that. And our target areas in the USA are, for instance, the East Coast, around Boston, New York area, but also in the West Coast, California area. So we definitely should talk about that later as well to see how we can get connections. And the other 4 clusters connected here from Europe are from Sweden, Denmark, Spain, and Italy. So really a nice example of a new project where we can try to bridge the gaps between both our countries. So far, a very short introduction about our Dutch ecosystem, and I hope I was able to show you that there is a lot of relations between clusters and the Europe within our ecosystem, but also definitely a lot to the North American area. And happy to get into discussion and answer some questions later. Thank you.
I don't know how much time we're going to have for discussion. Colin, why don't you go ahead and give your last presentation? We've only got about 10 more minutes in this particular panel.
Yes, thank you very much. Melissa, could you take the control for the PowerPoint?
Yes, I will. I'll bring it up, and why don't you just start
Thank you.
talking in the sake of time, and I'll bring it up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you very much for the invitation. This is the first time personally I am a speaker in the BlueTech week, and despite the fact that my cluster is a key partner for many years of the BlueTech Alliance. My name is Colin, and I am the director of European project at Polmer Méditerranée, and I wanted to introduce quite quickly my cluster, even if my colleague was there in the first session. But what is important to know is that we are old cluster. We are a 15 years old cluster. So in the world of clusters, it's quite long. At the beginning, as it was said, the decision was taken from the government to support the creation of clusters. So since the beginning, we are private, but we have benefited from public funding. The trend for many years is that this support is decreasing year after years. And the trend is to, let's say, at the end, I don't think there will be more public money to support us. So because of this context, cluster in France have to find other ways of funding to continue their activities. So our cluster is located in the south of France, near Toulon. Why? Because Toulon is the biggest naval base for France and the biggest naval base in the Mediterranean. And our cluster is located around this because historically there were many actors, many innovative actors around the defense domain. We have today 450 members. So for France, we are in, say, quite big. We are not the biggest clusters, but we are quite big, and we have a twin cluster located in the Brittany. So we are basically you have for the Atlantic and the Channel, the Polmer Bretagne Atlantique, and for the Mediterranean, Polmer Méditerranée. We are active in all the blue economy fields. So you have this slide demonstrates that with some strong points in defense, of course, but we are a pioneer in some sectors like renewable marine energy and floating offshore wind sector. Next slide, please. I have perfect introduction and context from Mr. Christophe Guichard and from my dear friend Federico, I wanted to highlight some current activities and current projects that we have to demonstrate how the European Commission through the European Cluster Collaboration Platform is supporting us and gives cluster at European level opportunities to collaborate. So my first example was mentioned by Christophe. It's LB Plus. It's a project financed under the Cluster Go International call. So through this project, we are able to define an internationalization strategy for our members, SMEs, between different European clusters. And this strategy allows us to define target countries, of which the USA, as you can see on this slide. There will be a tailor-made program to train our SMEs, market surveys, and missions that have to be organized. Yes, with this context, it's not so easy, of course. But we are planning this, and there will be some return missions, so from US actors to Europe. So this could be also a good occasion of collaboration. Here in that project, we are in a collaboration of maritime cluster, okay, around one maritime domain. But next slide, please. You can also have, in the same context, or support an internationalization program, cross-cluster activities. And again, the European Commission allows us to have that kind of support. And this project, Space to Waves, Polymer Mediterranean is the lead partner, and we have Forum Oceano, who is also involved, is address a call dealing with Earth observation. It was a call on Earth observation. And what we have done is building cross-sectoral consortium of clusters in different domains, so domains of aerospace, observation, and maritime clusters. We are targeting 6 blue growth sectors, so fisheries, port infrastructure, exclusive economic zone surveillance, maritime transport, aquaculture, and climate change. And we are targeting 4 countries, not the US in that case, but these countries are mentioned there. Next slide, please. I think when you talk about cluster collaboration, the cross-sectoral dimension is something very important. And my last example is a running project too we have as a lead partner, and it's a bit different because there the European Commission allows us to have to run a funding program to support innovative project of our SMEs. So here we have a project called Galatea, where we are targeting the smart port, the smart ship, the smart shipyard, and the maritime surveillance domain to support SMEs in developing. It can be a demonstrator, it can be a prototype, and we have an overall support budget of 3.6 million euros. So it's not, it's quite big, and the European Commission uses cluster to impact directly SMEs in the field. And I think this is a quite good example of what can be done between the European Commission and the clusters. So I hope these examples are, let's say, convincing, but for me, it's a way to amplify and reinforce the role of our cluster daily and what we have to do. So if you have any questions, I will be glad to answer. Thank you.
Colin, thank you. All 4 of you, there was a great presentations, and one of the advantages of using a program like Whova is that people will be able to reach out to you. We unfortunately are almost at the end. I think we could take one quick question if someone has one. Otherwise, we probably will go ahead and get started with the next panel. But I wanted to say, Christophe, thank you so much. I think the EU has done a wonderful job of of supporting clusters and the reach and the linkages you've created both across Europe. And I think you heard testament to that from Hein and from Colin and from Federico, but also the international side. And I hope that the United States will be able to reciprocate perhaps a little bit more actively, perhaps with a new government. There might be some funding and opportunities. I think you know that many of us would like to be doing more together. So again, kudos, as we would say, to the EU and your program, DG Grow, and to the three of you for your presentations. Really excellent. It's always hard because we started at 7:30 in the morning West Coast time, so it's it's only 9:30 here, but it's getting late in the evening. And so we did this and packed it together and did 45-minute sessions so that we could have our friends in Latin America and Africa and of course Europe to participate without it getting too late, which is why we will end at 12:30. So we are going to stop this particular panel and I think move right to the next one, which I think has a lot of kind of follow on, because this is all about ocean and water cluster collaboration and Mission Starfish. And we're really thrilled to have Peter Heffernan with us. Craig, I'm assuming, do you want to introduce Peter?
Michael, thank you. I'd be delighted to. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Peter Heffernan comes to us after having recently retired from the Irish Marine Institute, where he led the development of many scientific programs, including the advocacy to map the EEZ of Ireland, which makes Ireland one of those unique countries that has really undertaken and completed the mapping of the exclusive economic zone of that nation. And in so doing, revealed a great many opportunities for economic sustainable gain in the government of Ireland. Most interestingly, Dr. Heffernan led this activity when the world was going through a great economic downturn, and still that nation chose to make such a very powerful and important investment. And as well as many other scientific initiatives, it's been a delight to work with Peter on the Galway Statement implementation, which, as we've seen here, as we just conclude the EU panel, the EU, Canada, and the United States have undertaken some significant collaboration in ocean research and also in the Arctic region as well. But Dr. Heffernan now is appointed on the European Mission Board for Healthy Oceans, Seas, Coastal, and Inland Waters, and it's quite a portfolio that he has. So if we can delight in offering the floor to Peter Heffernan. Peter, welcome, and delighted to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. And just a quick check that you're hearing me clearly as I come all the way from the west coast of Ireland. I'm currently cocooning with my 90-year-old mother, and I'm doing so looking out a bedroom window, which I grew up in. And the town I'm coming from is actually the historical homeland of your President-elect Joe Biden. So I feel I'm in the right place for a transatlantic and global event at this time. And as always, Craig, I love to make you work. So I'm hoping that Michael has a very intense program for you. And Michael, thank you very much for the invitation on behalf, or to speak on behalf of the Mission Starfish report. I've been privileged to have served on the committee and the board, which has produced what I believe is a transformative vision of what our treatment in its totality of oceans and waters for the future and the immediate future and the long-term future can be. It is very much a holistic vision. It is dealing with 5 major initiatives and theme areas to address the very well-known challenges associated with the ocean on a global scale. And we're all in this together as a global family, because without healthy waters and oceans, there's little prospect of successful life on Earth for us as humans, but indeed for many other life forms on this planet as well. To emphasize today, Michael has asked me to focus my few comments initially on the area of revamping governance. and the idea of an integrated ocean and water plan in Europe, and also a new EU ocean and water agency. But it is important to equally link you in the introductory remarks to the other core areas of the mission Starfish. And if I could have the second slide, please. Here you can see that we have equally important initiatives at filling the emotional and knowledge gap, regenerating marine and water ecosystems, the whole concept of zero pollution, decarbonizing our ocean seas and waters, and revamping governance with 17 key target areas. And in each of these areas, they're benchmarked by 2025 and 2030 with key milestones. And it is really important to understand that while the idea of the missions, and there are 5 missions in total in Europe, and how great it is that amongst 5 and 5 only, the place of oceans and water has finally arrived at the highest table. And there are great linkages across the missions. But to slide 3, please. I'll very quickly scan the 4 areas and then move on to the 2 that Michael has asked me to address in a little depth. Knowledge and emotional gap are hugely, incredibly important to ensure that we really engage and reach in the hearts and minds of our citizens right across the continent to understand the interplay between the oceans and their lives, and then also to bridge the knowledge gaps that exist. And Craig has mentioned one of them, to have an accurate map of the whole water and seabed systems of Europe and the world in time, and also a fit-for-purpose observational capacity to meet and deliver the service outputs to society to deal with all the challenges we have across the whole system. And that's very much what we envisage, a digital twin of all of the ocean and freshwater systems by the end of the decade. Next slide, please. And equipped with knowledge to set on the mission also of regenerating the marine and water systems with really ambitious targets here, with 30% protected marine areas, 20% of degraded habitats restored, renaturalizing a significant component of our water systems, and ending overfishing and destructive practices in fishing. Next slide. In the 3rd area, zero pollution, obviously all of these will be hugely relevant to the water and ocean clusters, eliminating at source inputs of pollutions, be it plastics, microplastics, but also nutrient and runoff based and water based deliveries from the terrestrial environment. The concepts of zero spills and reducing noise, hugely important. Next slide, please. And then the twin objectives of mushrooming the growth of new areas critically important to achieving our climate and decarbonisation agenda, with renewable energies growth, with the growth of zero carbon aquaculture, and in the areas of thriving marine biotech, but also to facilitate and assist major sectors to transform to be carbon neutral for the future, particularly in waterborne transport and in the areas of tourism and sectors that have been really hit during the pandemic. But the philosophy here is we grow back better, smarter, bluer and greener, to equip ourselves for the generations to come. And then finally onto the areas of the fit for governance. And the next slide, please. Here we are talking about Europe at the highest political level, putting on the agenda the requirement for an integrated ocean and water plan at a European level. This is the leaders of the prime ministers of all the European countries, calling on the Commission to create, by the end of 2021, an integrated ocean and water plan for Europe. And this to drive a program of change, transformative change, to meet all of the themes of the Starfish. Equally, we will be looking at every 3 years a Council of Europe focusing on oceans and waters to get if you like, an update report on where we are in implementing that plan. The plan will be prepared at the request of the leaders of Europe by an integrated team led by the President of the European Commission, pulling together all the key Commission areas and providing that plan to the leaders and to the European Parliament to consider and hopefully approve and adapt by the end of 2022. And then by 2025, have the first of every 3 years, we have this checklist and a checking point where we see how far we've got in implementing the ambitious plan. And a Council of Europe, a bringing together, I should say, of all European citizens, a European forum, to really drive that citizen engagement. And that has been a very significant aspect of the effort to generate this mission idea. Is we've really worked hard right across the member states in Europe, and this is continuing at depth, to in virtual times and through virtual means reach our citizenry and really bring this plan to fruition. And we envisage a scenario under governance where all the instruments of governance, be they the Council of Europe having a Council on Water and Oceans, be they the European Parliament having a committee on the same, and bringing the regions and the economic and social partners and citizenry in this effort. And for Europe itself, then, at a collective effort to accept a responsibility to enter into the international arena and to try to provide helpful leadership to drive this transformative agenda for how we do the blue economy, how we protect and regenerate, and by 2030 to be mobilizing a partnership at many global levels with a huge convergence with something Craig is very, very familiar with his excellent work on the UN Decade of the Ocean of Ocean Science for the Decade of Sustainability. And there will be, I believe, huge opportunities for convergence around these. I'll stop there, Craig and Michael, just to make sure I don't run over, and we'll be happy to dialogue further through questions and answers and the committee level.
Thank you so much, Peter. I believe that Brian is next. Brian, I can share your slides if you would like.
That would be great. Thank you. All right, great. Thank you, Michael, for putting this on annually. I was so bummed out when I missed it last year due to travel in the Middle East, but I'm glad that you're continuing to carry this really important flag forward, especially during a time of the pandemic. So I just have a few basic slides that Michael asked me to put together, and talking to the other panelists about the U.S. perspective as we think through both the traditional water cluster as well as the blue economy water cluster, which for us has always meant kind of different things. It's somewhat mixed at times, but I thought it'd be good to get a perspective that's unique, both from a water economy standpoint, but also the fact that we're based in an area that, while built on heavy water industry, also does have a vibrant port due to, one, the Great Lakes, and two, transportation that we have between Northern Europe and the Great Lakes and Cleveland in particular. So for those from outside the United States, which I'm guessing is the majority of us here, you know, this is where we are within North America and the U.S. You can see the state we're in, Ohio, there on the bottom left. Bottom right has a picture of the Great Lakes themselves and where Cleveland, which we're headquartered, is at. And at the top, you can kind of get an idea of that ecosystem that we play in through some of those cities that I'm sure are familiar to many of you, including Detroit, Toledo, and Buffalo. Next slide, please. Thank you. So, you know, a little bit of background. You know, we are an economic development water economy innovation cluster, you know, built upon that traditional model of, you know, research, industry, and government. What you may not be aware of, you know, first of all, is, you know, the Great Lakes. 20% of the world's fresh surface water we're on the shores of the shallowest of those lakes called Lake Erie. And because it's the shallowest, it's always been the canary in the coal mine. And that when problems happen, they tend to happen to Lake Erie first and deepest. It's also 50% of the biodiversity for the entirety of the Great Lakes, even though it's less than 2% of the water. So given that, it's always had this long history of being a test bed for water innovation. And not only everything that I'm mentioning serving that role, but also we serve 11 plus million people in terms of drinking water. As I mentioned, robust shipping and ports through the St. Lawrence Seaway, as well as just within the Great Lakes themselves. It's really the driver of the US economy due to iron ore, generally being shipped from Superior and the Duluth area into the steel mills of Cleveland and Gary, Indiana, and other points. We're also home of a pretty interesting dynamic in the United States in that we have a river called the Cuyahoga River here. You can see one of our freighters on the Cuyahoga there on the right, carrying iron ore to an ArcelorMittal, or soon to be a Cliffs steel plant. Through that, the river, as many rivers in the Great Lakes region, used to catch on fire. Most famously 51 years ago, a small fire that was captured in Time magazine. And that really kind of helped this conversation in the United States about the role and importance of clean water, the role and importance of a vibrant ecosystem, and thus helped bring together things such as the Clean Water Act, the Drinking Water Act, and other environmental protection acts throughout the 1970s. Flash forward 51 years later, and certainly for our region, we've made a lot of progress in terms of water quality, but we also have these unintended positive consequences. And part of that is this deep, rich history within our region of industry that was brought to bear because of this need to spend more effort, more time, and more energy around, the clean water economy. So to that point, we have over 16,000 people employed regionally. And when I say regionally, that's just in greater Cleveland in the water economy. And what's really exciting to me is and this is a conversation that we don't hear enough of within the space, is that job creation. We've been adding over 300 net new jobs, water economy, blue economy, call it what you want, jobs just in greater Cleveland. And what's also interesting is that resiliency. Since the pandemic, several of our major companies, our anchor companies, are seeing record years. Companies like Odie, companies like Moen, Connecticut, which is a water filtration company. And this is more than some of our more well-known job creation sectors like biohealth, aerospace, and advanced energy. Next slide, please. So I'm going to be part of a panel after this one where I'm going to talk a little bit more about our traditional cluster structure and what we do, the programming. We don't have a lot of time on this one, but on where we're moving and where we're seeing some really good, strong partnerships when we think through the more broader blue economy and the water economy. The first is, we've just received $1.2 million from the U.S. federal government through the U.S. Economic Development Administration through their Build to Scale program to stand up the first two of what will eventually be four test beds. Test bed number one is a watershed open water test bed. Best example there is we're doing a lot of smart and connected systems, buoy systems, nutrient sensing systems. The second one's more that traditional muni utility test bed. The third one that will stand up next year is an advanced manufacturing test bed. So that's where we're working with large water users. An example there would be a food or beverage company that's dealing with affluent as well as energy challenges within their plant. And then the fourth test bed that we're really excited about is a consumer and commercial test bed. That one we just see so much opportunity with, especially to not put it any other way, but just kind of lack of strong regulation as it's been getting kind of whittled down in the United States for something we call right to know, public right to know, for people to understand their water quality in near real time. So we're excited about that. We've been bolstering our entrepreneurial support, so access to capital, Many of you know our large-scale open innovation challenges. We're going to be ramping those up even larger and bigger in 2021. And also having this longer conversation around business attraction initiative, especially as it relates to climate change. It's a new conversation here in the United States around where certain large water users are located and where they should be located. And as their infrastructure is aging, having a correct conversation about that matched with what we're already seeing here regionally, which is people moving here because of impacts of climate change. Down there at the bottom, you just see a small example of the federal partners and programs that we're playing with, whether it's Department of Commerce, NOAA, NASA, some of the states, Ohio, Michigan, New York, and then across border, we do share a wet border with Ontario and Canada, National Science Foundation, Sea Grant program. What's a challenge for us is we don't have a national, and this has already come up, we don't have a national strategy under this conversation. We have those doing parts of it. Certainly NOAA's done some, others have done a little bit, but we always ask ourselves this question of where does this work live at the federal level? And bluntly, we haven't been able to answer that to the degree that we need to answer that. Next slide, please. So just to give you a small little sampling of our ecosystem and how it works, it's more complex, but it's very, very robust. What you're seeing here is local enablers, those local municipal governmental agencies, the state government agencies. You're seeing the access to capital bubble there. Academic and research, we have about 30 research partners that run not only through the state, but into Michigan and New York through the University of Michigan. NOAA's GLERL Lab, or Great Lakes Environmental Research Lab, is just a growing partner and a strong partnership through their SIGLR program. And then, that top right, though, is really where the cream lives, and that's with our industry partners. About 109 companies that we're working with ongoing regionally that are really heavy R&D, are spending money on R&D that we're working with to accelerate innovation and technology. Next slide, please. So I'll firm up there. This is a little photo from the International Space Station showing Lake Erie there on the left side, just give you an idea of the scale of the Great Lakes, which a lot of people from outside this region of the world don't realize how significant they are. But I'll leave you with this. It's a different perspective in the US. It's often state by state, which has made this challenging. That being said, Michael Jones and I have always come together, and it's just been an amazing relationship in terms of thinking through how we can marry into the work going on in the traditional salt type clusters, saltwater type clusters, take our strengths in terms of that traditional water economy cluster, given the fact that we also do have some shared opportunities, especially around shipping. Smart ports is something we're working on. How do we blend that? How do we do more with that? So with that, I'll pause and turn it over to our next speaker.
Great, thank you, Veronique. Are you on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much. Would you like me to share your slides?
Yes, please. Yeah. Thank you very much. So today I'm going to explain to you a little further one of the European programs. So Peter introduced the mission, which is the future. And before those missions, since almost 10 years, we have joint programming initiative at the European level. So it's this JPI is an European initiative program, actually, to tackle water challenges for a changing world. And we are a team here. So I'm the coordinator, and I have a team working with me. And actually, it's 23 members, so member states, but also other countries like South Africa, Israel and other European countries that are part of this Water Joint Programming Initiative. And today I would like to highlight, since we're talking about the Starfish mission, I would like to highlight the strategy of this joint programming initiative in the scope of the future of this Horizon Europe and this mission. So the next slide, please. So some of the priorities that we have, I'm going to highlight the major ones that are, I think, very important for both the oceans also and also what Brian told us about. So they are driven by climate change, of course, health, migration, and urbanization. So the first point is water and infrastructures. We really focus on this mapping and the open data, and we are very much into triggering public-private partnerships. And for us, those infrastructures are, of course, going beyond Europe. As I told you, the JPI, the water JPI, has a global reach, not only a European reach. And it's very important for us to go towards that, and it's one of the mission. So the other aspect is governance. Peter insisted on this aspect, and developing methods to widen stakeholders and public engagement is one of our pillars, but also strengthening policy integration, coherence and coordination to allow a change in mindset and society towards circular economy. Next slide. So circular economy is a pillar. We are really much into going towards this zero pollution and developing new methodologies, public-private partnerships, and business models for industrial process, water reuse, and recycling. And very important, the water, energy, food ecosystem nexus, which is advancing a holistic approach through the inclusion of health. And finally, the last but not least in our priorities is the international cooperation. As I mentioned to you, of course, we want to tackle the ambitious challenge to achieve sustainable water systems for a sustainable economy, but we want to do it in Europe and beyond. We want to be helped by this global, by the world. Partnerships are necessary to reach the global challenge and changing mindset and establishing tools for transboundary cooperation. Finally, my last slide is about the funding. The Water JPI is a funding tool. We have many activities, and I'm going to talk about those activities on Thursday in a session on Thursday morning for San Diego time, Pacific time. And I'm going to get into those funding mechanisms. But here I would like just to give you an overview of those initiatives. So under Water and Ocean Joint Programming Initiatives, we are launching calls, call for proposals, public-private partnerships and public-to-public also partnerships. Also at the European level, there is the European Maritime and Fishery Fund, which is a grant, and I'm taking 2 seconds to really give you some details about it because the deadline is 21 and it's targeted at EU SMEs who can come with their American partners, SMEs partners. So it's interesting. And there is an information day on the 24th of November. And last but not least, Horizon Europe is our next framework program under the mission. Starfish mission will have several calls, of course, that will be launched, but there are also a lot of different calls for SMEs. The European Innovation Council, which is this new instrument to fund innovation and to fund companies, which is very important, and of course several other schemes for mobility and for networking. So that will be all, and I think I can answer your questions and also discuss further with Brian and Peter.
Those were three great presentations. We have a little over 15 minutes. So, Peter, do you want to kind of manage the discussion?
Sure, Michael, and please, if you can help, if any questions are coming in, or Melissa, if any questions are coming in on the chat, you might raise them. One of the areas I wanted to pose both to Brian and Veronique, and yourself, Michael, and even Craig, is how you read the challenge of connecting across, if you like, the water cycle. From the cluster perspective, how big a challenge is it, or is it a motivation for the bridges and increased bridges and partnerships to grow across what would be traditionally terrestrial freshwater focused cluster activities, and those traditionally coming from the blue maritime marine sector arena? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm happy to start at least. One of the issues, and I'm thrilled that the EU has done the Mission Starfish, because there's been there are people in the water economy that talk about blue economy and they mean water, and then there are people in the ocean economy that talk about blue economy and they mean ocean, and then you got the United Nations who says the blue economy and they mean the sustainable blue economy, and they don't mean water. So we have an initial issue, I think, and we have believed as a cluster that ocean and water belong together, but we've been really an odd man out in terms of clusters. And I think one of the things that's so exciting about the process that you and your team of experts went through was that decision that it should be one thought, one universal cycle of water. I believe that, and I think that Brian referenced this before. We certainly have found ways to be working together with Brian in Cleveland and with Hein in Holland. Their companies are doing great work, and we are finding ways between our water tech companies across those links, but I think across water and ocean as well. And so I think there are some wonderful opportunities, but I think it starts at one level with recognizing that ocean and water really maybe do belong together, because I think a lot leads from that.
Yeah, and before I ask Brian to come in there, it really was one of the enormous challenges we faced as a board, looking at the enormity of and complexity of the challenges faced in the oceans and in water connected, and to rise to the challenge of a mission level ambition. It became obvious to us that we can't ignore this complexity. We cannot go for a neat box and one, land a man on the moon, which is the inspiration, again, Kennedy's call to the nation in the early 60s. But we worked our minds through that complexity and really got very, very motivated by, let's take on the complexity, but break it down to an objective that's understandable. And the objective of restoring oceans and water by 2030, dealing with all of the complexity behind us, was where we were led, really, through dialogue and through interaction and in a very deep, deep effort. And I'll come back to compartmentalization being one of the great enemies of success in this arena, both from a policy and from technology and from an engagement perspective. But Brian, please come in here.
Yeah, well, the first thing is when I saw the Mission Starfish report, I just sat here and just poured over it in a matter of minutes. I was just like, finally, somebody is talking about this holistic system from a perspective that we can appreciate. So first of all, Peter, thank you. You know, I do see it as an opportunity to build those bridges, but yet, and maybe I'll tap a little bit on Craig here, is we continue asking this question both with our Ohio senators, Senator Portman and Senator Brown, as well as with Representative Marcy Kaptur, of where does this live within the federal system? You know, meaning water innovation. You know, as we've been looking through and thinking through legislation about how do we start to address this, and even trickling in a few dollars similar to what the EU has done, we don't even know where that is, and that just tells you, even at the highest level, how do we do that? So our answer has been, well, let's just do it from the lowest level. And you know, again, it's for us partnerships with people like the Maritime or TMA, you know, has been crucial in that now we have some technology that's applicable to him and his group and vice versa. And of course, their cluster ecosystem is growing. But I also look at the fact that we have tremendous needs for filtration, and especially filtration as it relates to invasive species and ballast water. Well, that's an international challenge. That's an international problem. But who would have known that, you know, we have a company here called Eaton that's actually putting big R&D dollars into ballast water filtration systems. So the how, I'm not sure yet, Peter. I think you've taken a really important first step in saying, here's how it could work, at least from an EU standpoint. Hopefully that blends a little bit into our thinking with a new administration coming in that realizes that you can't piecemeal this. This is one holistic system. It's one ecosystem. So I don't think I answered your question to say it's an opportunity, but my sleeves are firmly rolled up.
Veronique, do you want to come in there?
Yes, I can comment. I think it's definitely a challenge, but the infrastructures and the research infrastructures will help to really bridge that. For example, you have these deltas. Deltas, you have fresh water coming into the ocean, and this is, you were talking about multidisciplinarity. This is totally multidisciplinary, and this is where research infrastructures can really meet. You have to have the public, you have to have the private, you have to have, you know, this research, but applied research, and this is where we're going to bridge ocean with fresh water. We need fresh water because we need to drink water. We don't want to pump everything in the ocean, otherwise we're going to take too much energy. We don't want to remove salt from the ocean to try to have drinking water. I mean, it's a great solution, but it's very energy consuming. So if we want to be sustainable, we have to use the energy from the ocean. We have to use the water also energy, and we have to build those infrastructures around both.
Excellent. And a thought to share as well in the context of driving the agenda forward. I mean, we've really laid it very clear that we're asking the highest political levels of Europe to take on this challenge. We're at the point where we're awaiting implementation signals, but I think all of the background signals so far have been very encouraging. And it's been linked across into the green recovery deal at a European level, grow back smarter, greener, bluer in its totality. One of the key arenas, say, close to science and observation, is we've arrived at a point, and I think this would be very familiar to Craig from the UN discussions, is that we've got to move now up a a quantum in what we put in place by way of observational systems, and we've got to support the delivery, capture and delivery of the fit for purpose observational needs with a service delivery mechanism. And that really is informing the objective for an agency level, a service oriented agency, to work with, and we emphasized in a carefully designed preparatory process, to work with the private sector, to work with the governments of each of the European member states, and indeed through the European Commission with all its capabilities in the existing time and existing bodies, and then internationally, and really to build that on an open access basis so that everybody benefits. And when you look at the areas in the mission that are talking about transformation of port infrastructures, of shipping, carbon neutral shipping, of massive increases in renewable energies, I think therein you can see this is a large budget ticket item. We're talking 500 billion that's cited in the report, and you can see where it's laid out. Hopefully it could be a significant driver for innovation and of partnership building. I leave the floor open. I'm not sure if Craig is available to jump in there, or Michael, but please, I leave that thought for a response.
Peter, Craig here. I appreciate the opportunity. I would say that I'm in agreement with Brian that we have too many agencies across the federal side that are too focused on the existing definition of the jurisdiction or the domain. And we have had insufficient inspiration to have a national leadership vision for integrating all of these subjects. So at the level, as Michael's discussion reached, as to whether the clusters should be both fresh and salt, if you will. And we certainly have retained our protective fences around whether it's fresh or salt in terms of the implementation of federal programs in the US. So I'm with Brian. I think it has to start bottom up and let the voice of the people and the folks who are working these subjects be heard, with the recognition that they are certainly to be integrated. And perhaps with the change of administrations that's forthcoming, we'll be seeing a different view and a different outlook. Although I wouldn't blame the current administration for any isolation of these subjects. I just don't think we, as a large government with big departments, have been thinking creatively enough about how to spill over and collaborate across departments. Thank you, Peter. And Brian, thank you. I appreciate your vision on this.
Excellent, Greg. Thank you for that. And it really is, it's one thing from nearly 20 years of experience of working with government. We should never underestimate just how challenging it is for large government systems, and by that I would mean at the scale of the federal government in the US and of the European Union, to overcome these vertical silos. And I say that, I don't mean a criticism when I say the silos. It's business as usual. It's normal. It's how governments operate. The vertical is very comfortable. Knowing your boundaries is very comfortable. But they are not fit for, those approaches are not fit for dealing with the challenge and unlocking the opportunities that are ahead as the Mission Starfish has laid out. Michael, I see you. I see you on screen. Is that a signal that you'd like to come in?
Well, unfortunately, we've only got a few more minutes before we need to take our break. I think this is an incredibly important discussion, and I think Brian had some, great comments from his side. I liked what Craig said. Unfortunately, this will probably have to bubble up from below. But I think that having an EU kind of a vision, it's always nice to have a little competition, friendly competition. And I don't mean that in a true competition sense, but look what they're doing over there. Look how this is, the vision they have. I think we can all use both this particular document, the mission Starfish, but even the other missions, the other 4 that you were talking to us about the other day, and hopefully say, look, this is smart. And how do we how do we in the United States do something similar so that we can collaborate peer-to-peer?
Yeah.
Because now it is not really peer-to-peer. And I'll make the observation that we're very fortunate. The U.S. Commercial Service, and we have a couple of people, I think, on the line from the Department of Commerce Commercial Service. We've been able to work very closely with the global environmental team, which includes water, wastewater, and the marine technology team. And to some extent, because we have tried to work with both, they have worked more closely together. And that kind of collaboration, which creates its own momentum, I think is very powerful. And so by working with Brian and working with you and what's going on in the EU, with Christoph, with Veronique and others, and with our own BTCA clusters as they think about bringing water clusters into BTCA, all of that creates the momentum, I believe, I hope, I pray, that we will follow a path that I think your document, I say your because you were part of the co-author team, has really created a very vibrant path for us. So I really applaud that, and we look forward to supporting however we can from here, the mission Starfish, and we'll work with Brian and other U.S. clusters to see if we can promote this at a local, state, federal level. And with a new government coming in, probably the opportune moment. So I think this is if we're lucky, it's an inflection point. And
I'm sorry to interrupt, Michael. Michael, I would like to leave open. I know we're just at the time, but we do have a couple of people who have their hands up. I know we were scheduled to take a break. I would like to just offer that, if people want to carry the conversation, that they still can. I myself will be taking a very quick bio break myself, probably too much information for everyone. But I would like the conversation to carry on. I do see that Veronique and Kim Tumanaro's hands are up, and there's also a couple of questions from people in the chat if you guys would like to address it over this kind of break period as well. And thank you all so much to all the presenters, to our sponsors, to our BlueTech Cluster Alliance partners, and to all who have joined us today. We will be continuing this and then also starting an additional set of presentations at 10:30. So please carry on.
Thank you, Melissa. If I can just add something quick, that all the programming we're doing and the activities that are going to be presented on Thursday are really bottom up. And I totally acknowledge that the European Union, and there's a lot of different instruments that are bottom up, and it's very important that bottom up and top down are going to meet at one point. And this is where those partnerships, platforms, infrastructures, and fit for purpose projects are going to have meeting top down and bottom up. That's it. Thank you very much.
Kim, I understand you have your hand up, so want to jump in?
Oh, sure. Thank you, Michael. Just to note, I am just so pleased to be here and see everybody and take part in the conversation today. Just to note, at the State Department, we are very focused in terms of trying to remove stovepipes and barriers to research and innovation under the Horizon Europe program, some of the barriers which existed in the other research programs in years past in terms of the legal and other barriers that prevent the international cooperation, and would very much appreciate support from the partners on this call in helping us work with the European Commission on those issues, because it will create barriers to SMEs and others trying to participate in some of these programs in this space. Thank you very much.
Kim, before you go off, just explain who you are, because not everybody would know that you said State Department, but talk a little bit more about it.
Sorry. Sure. So I'm working in the European Union and Regional Affairs Office at the U.S. Department of State, which is the U.S. Foreign Ministry for those that are from Europe. But looking and working on cooperative programs in the economic and trade and commercial space, working with Michael and our colleagues at the Department of Commerce in the BlueTech and the marine tech area, among other areas, critical minerals and a lot of other cooperative programs with Europe. Thank you.
Kim has been very helpful at the State Department trying to spread the word for the importance of the blue economy and blue tech and clusters and really, from our point of view, been a wonderful partner over the last couple of years. So Kim, thank you. I will ask you to take your hand down now that you were able to ask your question, but I think it's wonderful because that's exactly the kind of thing that we need to be doing vis-a-vis the EU. And so having multiple voices, you know, Brian with his senators and representatives, and we in the state of California, and I think that we've got Lori Jugan on from Mississippi. I mean, as we talk across the United States, Judith is here from Massachusetts. If we coordinate our efforts and can talk to our various representatives and senators, I think we stand a chance, Republican and Democratic side, of really raising this issue, hopefully as a bipartisan issue. And you know, Brian, I think you and Judith and anyone else from the United States, let's have a call after this if we all agree that this is worth doing. Because we really need to coordinate this effort.
Yes.
All right, Brian, I see the 2 thumbs up. That's great. Judith, do you want to say anything? Judith Underwood, if you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, no, great panel. Really thrilled to hear this discussion. I know Michael and I have spoken about it in the past, and our nonprofit, the Blue Institute, the core of it is designed around a semester away for students to come from all over the country, all over the world, and look at water from the entire cycle. And yes, I'd love to carry on with this conversation later. Thank you.
Great, excellent. And Lori, I see you put something into chat. I know that you guys have been traditionally ocean. Are you also thinking of incorporating water?
Hi, Michael. We certainly can. It's not anything that we've had the charter to do up until now. But certainly moving forward, as you know, we were begun under the Small Business Administration grant. But now that grant is over, and we certainly can entertain all different types of discussions and go in a direction that's more holistic as opposed to contract driven.
Yeah, I think you know, we've got a great leadership.
Yep.
I agree.
If I could just input there, Michael, I meant to thank Kim for her comment and to say how fond I am of the State Department, because it was one of Kim's great former colleagues, Carrie-Ann Jones, who actually signed the Galway Statement in my former facility in Galway. And Craig will know because he has been charged with leading the representation of the United States in the subsequent years. And I think what he would identify as well, where there's common purpose and a common will, many obstacles get overcome just through the exercising of goodwill. And when and where there are bureaucratic obstacles that get in one's way, again, we can find ways of overcoming those to achieve the outcomes through creative local means in local jurisdictions. But it's to thank him and to look forward to enhanced periods of collaboration across the Atlantic in the decade ahead.
Federico Ferreira, I see that you are there. do you want to say anything about this opportunity to bring ocean and water together in Portugal?
I believe, hello, Michael, again. I believe we will, because especially in the south of Portugal with the climate change, the question of water and quality of water is beginning to be a issue. And so I think you saw the map when I do the presentation. We have the sea is our main domain, but I think in the future and with these new challenges, we will bring water on board. In fact, we already tried in some editions of our event Business to Sea to have panels on water in this desalinization. But I think it will be in a short term. We will consider it.
Well, I think that's very exciting. And after this call and after this week, when we decompress a little bit, again, trying to organize 300 speakers with a small team like we have is rather time consuming. But after this, we will come back together and figure out how we move forward together. You know, Brian, Judith, you know, each of you, Lori, and other clusters around as well. I don't know if Josh was still on from the Pacific Northwest. Josh, are you still there? Maybe not. Well, it's 10:25 according to my watch, and we've got 5 minutes. So I think for anybody that wants to take a quick 5-minute break, grab a glass of water. This has been an amazing presentation so far. Craig, like always, you've really kept us on time and moving forward. And Peter, we're so thrilled that you were able to join us to talk about Mission Starfish. I think there's a real lesson for us going forward. And so, again, whatever we can do to support this, we would like to do. And I hope you can join us for some more panels afterwards, after our 5-minute break. All right, I'm going to take off for 5 minutes, and then we'll start again right at 10:30. Thank you very much for all.
Greg, how are you doing?
I am back.
Good.
I appreciated the break.
Sure, yeah, same.
Greg, when this is over, if you have a few minutes, maybe you could call me.
At the conclusion of the day session, Michael?
Yes.
Roger that.
That'd be great. Just on my cell phone. I'm at the office, but that'd be great.
Very good.
I think we ought to get started with the next session. That was very, very interesting.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Great conversation that went on there in that last session. And as curious as we each might be for how different governments or different countries, nations, aggregates of nations might be structuring their blue economy and what goes into a blue economy by definition, I think we also have the prevailing challenge of identifying the optimum funding or financial models. And that's what this next session is about here with clusters and economic, how we can. So the range of government funding, whether there are member fees, various points of entry or costs of entry for folks to participate, I think that's something that I continue to hold as a mystery as to what's the best model. And maybe that model varies by systems of government or by nation. But in order to explore this topic further, we're joined again by Ove, who will be bringing his expertise at finance and many different aspects of blue businesses and blue business development. And then we've also invited Brian back to be talking about what he started, I think, a good theme of where's the bottom-up genesis, but also where the various federal entities might be providing or state entities might be providing funding, and the idea of tapering funding. So many different models, many different aspects here. So I believe, Uwe, would you be going first?
Yes, Craig, thank you. I think I'll be going first.
Very good, sir. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Melissa, can I ask you to bring up my slides here, or? Yeah?
Yes, I will. Just if you give me one moment, I will definitely bring them up.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, great, thank you. I'm gonna focus on. I'll show you two or three of these slides. What I'm going to talk about is really kind of introduce you to, as Craig said, one model of how to finance a cluster and this industrial collaboration and development through organized cluster, as I've titled it. So maybe I should start with saying that I realize that we are kind of lucky in Norway having a national cluster program and a certain financing and money and cash going with it. Having said that, of course, there are always restrictions on how you can use governmental money, and it brings along some burdens, I would say. Next slide, please. This is I showed this slide in my earlier presentation too, but this shows the Norwegian Innovation Cluster Program, which is a governmental program run by Innovation Norway together with the Norwegian Research Council. Now, this is not the last version, but I mean, it will do. But there are, in fact, 3 levels of clusters. And you have what they call the Global Center of Expertise, which is the kind of top or exclusive level. And there are only 3 clusters in Norway on this level. To become a GCE type of cluster, you have to, of course, apply, and it's a hard competition, and you are also evaluated on an international level in addition to on a national level. Then we have the second one, the Norwegian cluster or Norwegian Center of Excellence, which is great clusters. They are not founded from the government at the same level as the GCEs, but still there are many mature clusters there doing a great job. And then we have the last level, which is in a way, clusters or projects aspiring to become one of the next levels. And also there again, I mean, there are loads of these clusters with a great speed and coming up and will certainly become an NCE or a GC. Just to the financing, on the GCE level, you will receive annually about a little bit more than $1 million US. On the NC level, it's half, so it's about 500,000 US dollars annually, and it's cut again down to the half for the arena, so that's $250,000 annually. But there are, as I said, restrictions to how you can spend this money. You can't kind of interfere with competition. There's a lot of course, budgeting, reporting you have to do to kind of prove that you're using them the right way. And you also have to match them. So, Melissa, if you just skip to the next slide, and another one, I skipped this one. I showed you this one before. So here we are. Then on the GCE level, if you see the kind of the green bar on the left-hand side there, we will receive about $1 million US from the government. But then it can only finance up to 50% of what you're doing. So you need to match it either on the other side, either with cash or with man hours, what we call in-kind. So for the sake of us, we match it quite well. We receive the 10 millions, but we match it with 30 millions. Most of those 30 millions are man hours from the companies, from the industry. So and that's a quite important parameter which we kind of measure our success or failure on. Because if you're not attractive enough, if your services, your projects, your programs, your seminars, your whatever you're offering, if you're not attractive enough to the industry, so they don't spend their hours and their money in joining your projects, you probably have the wrong projects. So that will affect also how much money you will receive from the government. So it's quite important to have a kind of close touch and understand the industry very well to be able to offer them really what they need and what they find attractive. So therefore, the people working in the clusters, like me and my colleagues, are very often senior people from the industry that knows the industry. So that's how that's the way they organize it. They also, on the highest level, they don't finance what they call your operation, meaning you can't use governmental money to finance your basic operations. It has to be innovative projects and programs. So it means that you have to have some certain level of economy underneath to run your operation. And all these things are controlled regularly, twice annually, and you have to report in meetings, and you have to report on this frequently. So that's the kind of basic part how this financing works for all the different levels of clusters. Now, in addition to that, we do applications, we apply for money, especially within EU. We have talked a lot about that. These days we are excited about, especially about, of course, the Green Deal. So far, I think the Green Deal is organized in 2 large projects. So it should be more accessible for SMEs, meaning smaller projects. But that might come. It's yet to see. We also do a lot of programs. I mentioned in my earlier speech the program we do together with MIT on acceleration and scaling up companies, especially making a company going from try to create unicorns and things like that, and offer them also the competent capital. So we do this together with MIT. It's a 3-month program, so it's quite kind of heavy. We really test the strategies of the companies by mentoring them, by lecturing them, and they also collaborate among themselves. Normally, we only take up 8 to 10 companies in a program like that. Now, MIT is not the kind of cheapest consultants or university you find in the world, but it's among the best. That's for sure. So we need financing. We pay for about 90% of the ticket per company in this, and the money we most of the money they're giving me from banks, especially Norwegian saving banks. So they sponsor this, and why do they do that? That's because they look upon these companies as their kind of growing best or VIP customers. These will be a lot of the most successful companies in the future. So they like to kind of network with them. They like to understand them, their business models, what they're doing, and so forth, because these companies are carefully kind of. So that's a way for to finance your activities clusters. We also do. We apply for funding in different type of funding schemes within the Norwegian Research Council, and that's a kind of the little brother of the EU funding. Of course, there's not as much money as in EU, but there's a lot of good funding schemes which you can apply for money there to set up common projects between industry and academia and also research institutes. So we also do that. Now, finally, local municipalities in Norway also finance a lot of projects, especially projects that are addressing necessary change. These days, more sustainable industry projects that kind of will ensure or interesting projects which make them more sustainable. They have certain schemes for those types of projects. So we also apply for money there. So if you add all this up, maybe we'll from our kind of core governmental funding, this $1 million that represent, I would say, about 30% of our cash economy. And if we recalculate all the in-kind hours from the industry into it, it's about 20% of our total economy. The rest is money from membership. It's applications, money from either EU, Research Council, banks, as I mentioned, and local municipality. So it's really total. It's really a quite complex economy. And there's a lot of reporting to do to these different funding schemes. So we use quite a lot of time in handling all this, budgeting it, and so forth. So I think I'll leave it there, and we can have a discussion afterwards. So thank you.
Uwe, thank you very much. And now I think we can turn to Brian for an alternative look, and then I very much look forward to the discussion to follow. Brian?
Thank you, Craig. Melissa, you can go ahead and move to slide number 2. Great, thank you. That was fascinating to hear, Ove. In particular, hearing times complain about, in everywhere else in the world, they give clusters funding for clusters, but in fact, they don't. You still have to, figure out how to raise those operational dollars, and the programming dollars sometimes can be there, but not the operational dollars. So that was good to hear that I'm not going insane and I'm losing sleep for the right reasons at night. I wanted to start with just really quickly connecting back here in North America. You know, we talk about the clusters, concept of the cluster, economic development for waters through the lens of clean water. That's where it's always started for us. And I think it's really important to remind people that, you know, if you're going into this, you know, you've really got to address what the core goals are. For us, it's always been, are we increasing job creation, per capita income, regional gross income, and are we doing that while we're seeing innovation and technology, or leveraging innovation and technology to kind of drive that? And are we seeing water quality improve, you know, as part of that? So it's mixing all that together. So I just wanted to start here saying, you've got to be reminded of why we're here and what we're trying to do. Next slide, please, Melissa. And then also just reinforcing, you know, this slide in terms of the complexity. You know, and of course, the goal here is not to bring 20 academic institutions and 20 governmental institutions and, you know, 20 research institutions and 20 industry institutions and have that add up to 80. We're trying to get 20 times 20 times 20, you know, that kind of multiple, and that is complex. As you can see just in a sampling of our ecosystem, you know, there's a lot of players there. Everybody wants something. So how are we, on one hand, getting value out of this, greater value, while also covering basic expenses that we need in order to operate? Go ahead to the next slide, please. And of course, we know our challenges are only growing, which is actually really important. Next slide, please. So look, in our region, and each region is going to be different. San Diego, it's going to be different than Cleveland. We've definitely taken an approach of what this cluster should do. What are our metrics beyond aspirational, 5 years, 10 years? So this is a little data that we worked with in partnership with McKinsey & Company through some pretty significant funders regionally, meaning our chamber, the Greater Cleveland Partnership, two of our largest funders, the the Cleveland Foundation and the Fund for Economic Future, along with Jumpstart, the key entrepreneurial driver for our region, and then Team NEO, which is our more traditional economic development organization. They had come together asking this question of, why does Ohio, and in particular Greater Cleveland, continue to lag behind its peer cities in terms of core economic indicators? And some of this goes back to you know, silos and challenges, and what Cleveland was 50 years ago is not what Cleveland is today. It's not what it's going to be 10 years from now. So to that point, we started taking a big, deep data dive on what are the big bets of tomorrow, and what does that data tell us? Well, you know, we looked at the water economy and said, with a pretty modest investment into the water cluster, with the assets that we have here and the strengths that we have here. And I mean, they're listed right there, where, you know, we have these large companies around treatment and remediation, infrastructure, data controls, you know, smart water, digital water. We know if we do our job correctly, we can actually see an increase in the international market share for these companies, especially if we're serving this role of being a conduit or a pipeline for innovation and technology, which is something they've asked us to do. So first of all, I think it's really important to understand, for us at least, that value creation, that value-driven proposition. Next slide, please. So, you know, out of this became, you know, this idea of, look, there is no national strategy in term, and we already hit on that at the earlier session. You know, there's no single point just saying we need to do this from a cluster standpoint. We need somebody to come in and say, you know, one water, not, you know, fresh water and not salt water. So for us, we've been part of this big bet that really looks at 4 pillars in terms of funding and how we move things forward. The first is, we do have strengths in smart manufacturing. We have a deep history in manufacturing. Of course, the majority of that's gone away, but, you know, our smarter companies and manufacturers have moved to manufacturing 4.0. So that's 1. 2 and 3 is health. We're the home of the Cleveland Clinic. We talk about a cluster of clusters. The amount of R&D dollars coming into the Cleveland Clinic through Case Western University, through Cleveland State University, through the the University Hospital Systems, is $500 million a year. We are one of the world's leaders in terms of health innovation. That was not a thing 30 years ago. It was not a cluster. Today it is a true cluster, and one we're very proud of. So in that case, we have laid a bet on two areas: regenerative medicine and digital health, with those core anchor institutions that I mentioned. And then number 4 was water technologies. I finally convinced the economic development system as a whole, at least regionally, that water is the bet. It's 300 companies, it's 109 with R&D labs, it's some really great corporate partners, it's really great governmental partners, really great utilities all coming together. So first of all, we talked earlier about this bottom-up strategy. It is a bottom-up strategy. How are we going to do it in greater Cleveland? Even though, look, Cleveland's in our name, but we serve all sorts of other cities, as I showed earlier on that map showing Detroit and Buffalo. We work in Windsor, we work in Chicago, we work downstate as well. So we're even getting a little bit into that Ohio River Valley. Next slide, please. And I mentioned this earlier, which is, this is the programming that can come as you start getting that success. Now, there, other than you'll see, the sixth one down really talks about that organizational capacity. But really what we're trying to do here is to drive innovation and technology with our partners through, test beds as a means of scaling up and getting to market faster, with that entrepreneurial support, with that open innovation challenges. So I say all that just to say this is the ecosystem, this is complexity, this is the programming that's growing. So how do you pay for that, and how do you fund all that? Next slide, please. Well, we started with this. First of all, we had the traditional model. Traditional model is members. So corporate members are all supporting us. We've shown them that value. The second is academic and research institutions. They also throw dollars into supporting us because they see the fact that the R&D dollars are increasing, and that it means increasing to their institutions. That third area then is governmental agencies, but for us that started at the most local of local levels. That's utilities. Our large utilities saw value in coming together and saying, all right, let's put some dollars towards this. So to that point, the traditional funding got us maybe about 35 or 40% down the road of where we need to be. As we're doing that, we started growing this core programming, which allowed us to also get operational dollars as part of serving that. So examples, smart sensing pilot, that is a really just incredible program in terms of looking at next generation sensors in a federal estuary that we received funding, innovation funding from the Ohio Department of Natural Resources, even though technically, Craig will appreciate this, this funding came from NOAA, because there is a requirement around monitoring for federal estuaries if they're part of a national estuary research network, which the one we're working with happens to be. A program then, the next one, like H2O Ohio TAP, which suddenly the state of Ohio is coming on saying like, wow, we have some pretty big challenges around nutrient pollution. We're a state agency, we're not a culture of innovation. Maybe we should be talking to somebody like this water cluster in Cleveland to help us develop a pipeline for looking at worldwide technologies, for surveying technologies. Then we started looking at our Erie Hack and Open Innovation. That's a major fundraiser for us. It won't be that way next year given pandemic, but last year it was close to $500,000 that we raised through this program that supports bringing new innovation, new technology within kind of competition setting. It's fun, it's exciting. All sorts of corporate partners want to be involved. So I'm not going to go through all of these, but it's to say that what surprised me here is, purpose-driven contract work actually has worked out for us, and it's actually allowed us to grow that. So, I'll kind of summarize here to say that, the traditional model has been working for us. And then as that model works, it's now about leveraging additional dollars. So I mentioned earlier the Federal Economic Development Administration Build to Scale program. And the EDA grant for us was always priority one going back 6 years ago when I came in as the first full-time executive director of this NGO, this nonprofit. A lot of other clusters aren't looking through the lens of EDA. And I asked this question, which is, what is our purpose here? Are we simply an environmental agency trying to use and leverage technology? Or are we an economic development agency that's leveraging clean water and water innovation and water technology to grow the local economy? So of course it's the latter. These EDA grants are highly, highly competitive, but yet because of all this work we put together, we're able to get that, which is adding an extra $400,000 US dollars to our budget annually, which is allowing us to cover some of our existing expenses while we're bringing on new programming, new innovation, and new staff. So I'm going to pause there because I want this to be a robust conversation. But I just, for the people from the United States that are part of this, panel today and part of the whole day's events, we all have this holy grail of like, oh, why can't the federal government just fund us and understand what a cluster does? And I mean, look, I'd love for that to happen. I don't see it happening, but even if it were to happen, it would be highly competitive. And you have to realize that, like, what is the value? If that value is locally proven, it's not easy, but funding will be there. And I think we're proof of that concept. So, I'll pause there, Ove. I know you agreed in our correspondence that maybe you'd help champion some of these initial calls or, any initial questions, but I know Michael and Craig are there for us too.
Yeah, I guess that was the two introduction speeches. So, any comments, any questions, anything?
There is a question from Alex Thillerup in the comments. If we want to start with that while the other Craig and Michael come on, but the question is, it's the U.S. question: are cluster organizations necessarily registered as nonprofit?
Most are. Do they have to be? Well, it gets into your funding mix. If you're going to take grant funding, philanthropic funding, you do need to be a 501c3. There's this question of, should a cluster be a 501c3 and also have a 501c6, which allows you to technically bring on members and, Craig can close his ears, but technically allow you to lobby directly for funding. For me, it goes back to this question, Alex, of, what is the purpose and what are you trying to do? And if you're a cluster, there's definitely, and Michael's I call him the godfather of this kind of thinking for our sector. Clusters are well defined on how they're made up and how they function. So look, we have a lot of people in the United States calling themselves water clusters, and they're not. And in some ways, I want to say the water's warm, come on in. Anything we can do to drive innovation and technology is great. But on the flip side, if you're not a cluster, you're also kind of muddying the waters. And there's nothing wrong with being a water research institution that may have a commercial bent. There's nothing wrong with being an accelerator. We love working with accelerators out there. You look at somebody like Nate at WaterStart in Las Vegas, which is much more attached to a utility and it's much more utility driven. I mean, they're trying to accelerate solutions internally for their purpose, and if that happens to spin out some innovation technology as well as companies, great. But they're not a cluster, and Nate doesn't call themselves a cluster. So I would start there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, if I can add just from my side, I mean, in a way, all the clusters I showed you are, all of them are non-profit. So, but still, I mean, despite that, we are also kind of paying tax. In fact, we're differently treated in the different tax regions of Norway here, but okay, still.
I can say that all BlueTech Cluster Alliance members are not for profit. There are a couple organizations that I know that call themselves clusters that are for profit. And what I have found is that they have a tendency to not include the triple helix, or as Ove would talk about it, the quintuple helix. You know, the education piece just isn't as important. I would be interested, you know, kind of in relevant for our next panel. You know, Brian, I look forward to the day when we are able to access some of the funding that you've gotten. I mean, and my hat's off to you, both for the EDA funding. We applied for it and we're not encouraged to go forward, but you've also got philanthropic funding, which we've not gotten. We've gone to our local utilities. We've not gotten their attention. So sometimes, you know, we have an embarrassment of riches in San Diego. We've got telecom, we've got biotech, we've got Navy, we've got, I mean, you name it, and San Diego's got it. So our problem is top of mind awareness. BlueTech, until we did a study in 2012, nobody had ever focused on it before. And so, you know, we kind of came out of nowhere, and the utilities don't see themselves as part of the blue economy. So it's really interesting. I guess one of my question would be, we spend probably 25% of our time on workforce development and education. And I would be interested, I didn't see any funding from maybe there is and I didn't pick it up, but from a workforce development or particularly an educational aspect to what you do. But I know when you and I have discussed that you know how important it is and you're done. So for both of you, but also for the generally, how important is it for the future that we clusters are getting funding also to educate, to create water and ocean literacy, and make people aware of the opportunities in this blue economy? And what do we do about it? What role do you see? And that hopefully kind of sets us up for our next panel, which starts in 13 minutes.
Yeah, you're hitting the nail on the head there. And I should have made that we're going, Mike. As part of this regional coming together, the Cleveland Innovation Project, there's a significant portion of it that speaks to digital talent, and also doing that in a way that speaks to diversity and inclusion goals. So I'll give you this example. Moen, one of our key partners, they cannot hire software engineers right now. They need them, they can't get them. They are even having trouble recruiting people right now. Now that change as we're starting to see people come here. But what we've said is, all right, now's the time to roll up our sleeves and start developing digital literacy tools within the Cleveland public school system. And Michael, I've referenced to them the work that you've led around Blue STEM with the community college and the Unified School District there as being one of those opportunities for us to establish something that would be based in the Great Lakes and then would serve as a model for all the Great Lakes cities to do that, both from a education of science standpoint, but also really as a pathway to jobs. So we're in the process right now of talking to philanthropic partners with this idea of just even starting with a survey instrument. We don't even know what's out there. No attention has been given to this. We have started one charter school around both air and water. It's really early, but no, it's a key driver that we've been missing, and we've got to get on board. So it's a conversation. It's a long way of me saying the conversation has started, but I'm not sure yet how it's going to work.
Well, how about you? Is there funding to educate in the blue economy and blue tech?
Private funding to educate, you mean, or? No,
any kind of federal. I mean, any kind of funding. Have you accessed funding? Because that's what. Fortunately for us, it's not me. It's really Melissa, who's led our efforts. But we've gotten several. We've been written into grants by some of our board members related to education.
Yes, the question is, or the answer is yes. When we set up our basic funding, we need to budget that for the government, and most of that funding is based upon education, different levels of education, training of people, training of companies, and so forth. So our basic budget, those $1 million US, I would say about 75% of that is connected up to some level of training or some form of training. That could be seminar, that could be programs, that could be collaboration in projects, but with the motive of training.
You know, Sylvia, you talked about the Inter-American Development Bank and some of the cluster work you want to do in the Caribbean. I would say that an educational component would be of really immense importance. I mean, running a cluster is one thing, but actually trying to educate entrepreneurs of the future and technical workers is very important as well. So I'm curious, as you think about the cluster opportunity in the Caribbean, is this something that you're focused on?
Thank you, Michael, for the question. So, I mean, let's say that the focus of the call for proposals is not workforce development per se, but it will fund it's also, I mean, it's different. I think I'm seeing here a difference in taxonomy because we are not funding cluster organizations as in organizations that promote firms, but we are financing cluster projects. So projects that come from firms that are, have identified something that they can work collectively together, and we would finance that. So to the extent that workforce development is one of their needs, we would be able to finance it. But I agree, I mean, we are one technical assistance program in the Caribbean, and the IDB is much bigger than that. And for sure, there's a very, workforce development has been identified as a need in many areas. Digital workforce for sure, but because all of the countries in the Caribbean, or many of them, now have designated the blue economy as a growth opportunity, I think there's a lot of, there's a realization that opportunity needs better workforce development and a different type of skills that the skills that are available here right now. Yeah.
So Craig, I wonder, obviously I think of NOAA and the incredible capacity building that it does, but not the general education as much, although I know NOAA has a very active education group, and I know we've got somebody speaking later this week from NOAA on the education side. But I'm curious, internationally, does NOAA have an educational, again, not a capacity building like hydrographers coming to learn about hydrography, but does NOAA have any kind of an international education outreach effort?
I would have to really strain, Michael, in order to find saying yes. There are many different areas that we work in for that purpose. I mentioned certain sciences. We're involved in capacity development to other countries, largely so those countries can participate in, for example, maintenance of equipment or providing them with equipment and teaching folk how to maintain it so that we don't have to travel great distances to do so. But in terms of really looking to the future of big data compression and looking at the workforce of tomorrow, I think we have a long way to go. And the rather slim resources that we have in the education program are targeting the likes of those currently needed areas of expertise, broadening our diversity of the workforce in the community, not just in our agency, but we're looking not far enough down the road, I think, and it's because of the limit of funding. It reminds me, though, of the conversation we had with Peter Heffernan. Are we looking at today's challenges and trying to fix them, or are we really looking at where tomorrow is going to be taking us? I don't see that we're looking far enough ahead, and that's no condemnation in any way of the existing education program. Given the resources available, they're doing the best they can. It's just a rather lean funded program.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you
Michael?
brought up Mission Starfish. Let me just make one observation, because in my Mission Starfish, there is a significant emphasis on education broadly, K through 12, and citizen engagement. And if that is, as you know, Siggy Gruber and as Peter have said, if this ends up being the leitmotif for funding in the future, it sounds like there's going to be a lot more funding, not just for clusters and people bringing these two together, ocean and water, but also related to that educational aspect of this. I'm sorry, Brian, you wanted to say something?
Oh, no, thank you, Michael. Just Craig reminded me, you know, with limited funding, dedicated funding for this, one thing that we have moved forward on is basically smarter citizen science. So in this case, we received funding from the Great Lakes Protection Fund and then 9 separate community foundations to implement kind of next generation citizen science programming, which is a fancy way for us to actually go about 2 things. One is, how do we educate people of, students of today, workforce of tomorrow, to understand how water works within their community, and to understand data and technology tools as part of that. And then 2, we're actually back-ending our way into setting up standards and protocols for the Great Lakes regions that the states have never come together and done. So again, it speaks to the theme of this panel, and that realizing that you've got to think through funding a little differently. And the final thing I'll say on it is, there's even programs that we've tapped into now, like NOAA's BWET program, that is actually giving us some dollars to help start to develop some curriculum development at a K-12 level around citizen science.
Brian, that every time you've done a great job getting funding, and I really admire it. I hope we can find some things that we can approach together. Multi-sectoral, cross state borders. I think all that bodes well. We are coming up to a witching hour, but I see that Melissa has written in here that Sarah Schoninger of NOAA Education Office will be with us tomorrow on the Workforce of Tomorrow track on the Ocean Literacy track. And as she put it, hope everyone can join us for this event tomorrow. You guys have both been leaders in, I would say, in finding intelligent funding. You both have set great programs. I know organizations that follow the money, as opposed to setting a really solid base. And I think what to me is so laudatory is that you're getting funding because you've done intelligent things, intelligent programs that you've developed over time and over years, and with your various partners. And I think that's really admirable, as opposed to, oh my God, here's funding, let's go do that for a year or 2. I think that's the right thing for a cluster to do, is to essentially create a longer term policy and create longer term value. So my hat's off to both of you, and the success you've had in funding. We will emulate you both to the extent we can.
Thank you very much.
Great panel, and as always, there are people that are writing things. We will keep track, and I hope some of you may be able to respond, because there are people I know that will want to work with both of you. So I think at this point we're going to move to our.
Sorry, Michael. Sorry, Michael. I'm just going to jump in because Ove has had his hand up, so I do want to make sure he gets to something.
Oh, I thought he was done.
No, well, no. My only comment is that we have done some testing when we were talking about thinking ahead when we come to the training. I mean, not train for tomorrow, but maybe for the day after. And we have done some setting up some scenarios thinking for 2030. What do we need to know? Where are we? And from there, we have done some backward planning, so to speak, down to where we are now to close this gap in stages, to move, to think kind of long enough ahead and still kind of moving there step by step. So that's maybe it's a kind of approach I will recommend. So we had success with that. So that's my point. Yeah. Thank you.
Tomorrow, we've got a whole day focused on the blue economy workforce of tomorrow from 7:30 to 12:30. And we've got people from UNESCO, from the Blue School in Portugal. We've got really a broad array of people that will be talking about various programs and opportunities. So for those of you that are really into education, workforce development, or you have people in your orbit that you think should be involved, that is the one thing that we do for free, because we want people to participate, and often teachers and researchers don't have the funding. So tomorrow from 7:30 a.m. to 12:30, we'll have the blue economy workforce of tomorrow. All right. So Craig, I'll let you kind of start the next panel as well.
Very fine, Michael. Thank you very much. Well, it's a natural transition to be going into the next subject, which is the blue economy workforce development as we might see within the domain of clusters. I think tomorrow's discussion, as we've just heard, is going to be very expansive and farther reaching. But in terms of the efforts that clusters can make, I think our friends down at Stennis, represented by Lori Jugan, who's our next speaker, and as the program director of the cluster and the activities down in Stennis in Mississippi, we could see how different models might have worked and where we might have a vision towards further models to describe and develop. So, Lori, we're delighted to have you here yet again, and it's always fun to work with you, whether it's in the various professional societies or here in Blue Tech Week. So, Lori, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Melissa, I would like you to share my slides. Thanks. And thank you, Michael, and your team for putting this together. It's very impressive. It's very hard to coordinate all these speakers and make it look seamless. And you guys are doing a fabulous job. I wanted to just tell you a little bit about the Mississippi Enterprise for Technology. We are a nonprofit located at Stennis Space Center, and we are co-managers of the MIST, Marine Industries Science and Technology Cluster. The cluster was originally formed under a Small Business Administration grant that lasted for 5 years and ended this April, right in the middle of the pandemic. So where we go from here is kind of hard to discuss, as you know, it kind of everything came to a crashing halt, and we sit on a federal facility where you really can't get on base unless you're essential personnel. So, but we are co-managers of the MIST cluster with the University of Southern Mississippi. And as you know, universities have been hard hit by the pandemic as well. But we originally covered the Gulf of Mexico coast along the U.S. side, from essentially the Texas-Louisiana border all the way through over to the panhandle of Florida. We found that through the course of the 5-year contract, that is really too large of an area for us to focus on for many different reasons, but there are different focuses. Each state focuses on something a little bit different. So the goal moving forward is to more look at, you know, an overarching MIST cluster, but individual state components to that. So we will focus on the state of Mississippi, And in the 44 miles of the coast of Mississippi, there is about $2 billion annually in gross product that comes out of the Mississippi coast in the blue economy. And that is estimated to be about 35% of the annual product out of the state. That's huge, and nobody knew it. And our in going forward was one, get statistics, understand what you're working with, understand, your current situation, and kind of look at where companies, where federal agencies, where universities are going. And that's been really our main focus. Much like Michael has brought together everybody under BlueTech Week and focused on collaboration, that is exactly what we did. We have a number of organizations in our area that's their job, workforce development, and they focus on partnerships to identify what needs to go forward, what programs need to be put into place. So we kind of joined into that model moving forward to see, okay, how can we bring blue economy to the forefront of all of these discussions that are going on? What I'd like to do with this panel is to tell you our story, and then to kind of seek out other successful stories or other ideas for moving forward. So Melissa, if I can have the next slide. So the first thing we did was to identify the need, and I put in the chat box our website address, www.mset.org. We did a study of local companies in the blue economy. It was also funded by the EDA, Economic Development Administration, to determine what is the current staff mix, what do you have today? And we focused on what will you need in the next 2 years. So that survey, not only the questions that we asked, but also the report that came out of that is available on our website. Feel free to steal the questions, tailor them to what you need, whatever. But the idea is to get numbers. As soon as you can quantify things like your workforce, the salaries associated with your workforce. I've heard many times that in a STEM field, the annual salary is $86,000 or above. Well, ours came out to be $96,000 and above. So that went from the, $30,000 a year intern first getting started up into the $250,000 a year CEO that's moving and grooving. Our results really kind of surprised us a little bit, because we thought a lot of it was going to be focused at Stennis, where we have large federal agencies. There's several NOAA agencies on site, Navy agencies on site, and NASA as well. They're not as linked to the ocean community, but the technology development is a little bit parallel tracked up until a certain point where they diverge just a little. And we found that not only were educated careers out there, but there are a lot of 2-degree and specialized training needs out there. So engineers, ocean engineers and scientists were the greatest need, and they were like 1 and 2, very, very close, and IT followed. So we found that that was interesting, but if you think about it, IT is everywhere. So we're hearing now more about the Internet of Things, and we just saw the BlueTech picture with the buoy and the internet connecting everything together. So I thought that that was a great picture and actually snapped something. We identified the partners in our area that have workforce development in their charter. The economic development organizations, any organization that would have an interest in developing ocean careers, STEM careers. So we work very closely with community colleges, with universities. We are very fortunate to have the Infinity Science Center located right outside our gates. So that's a great mechanism to interject different classes all the way from what they call their Little Learners Lab to high school and beyond type education. And Melissa? So in our model is collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. And this is kind of a snapshot of what we've been doing. With our economic development organizations, almost all of them have a workforce development committee. So what we can do is help them identify what the workforce needs are in the blue economy. And we also serve, a lot of times our blue tech companies are not necessarily plugged into economic development organizations. So we can serve as a liaison in between to make sure that those two groups are connecting and the needs of those companies are being expressed through the workforce development programs. We also have served to identify and inform companies of what programs are available at the state level that they can take advantage of. A lot of times there's a new hire grant that can offset salaries in the first 6 months or a year. There are all kinds of training, on-the-job training reimbursements that a company can qualify for. And we serve as a mechanism to make sure our blue tech companies understand those programs and can apply, because a lot of times you have to apply before the hire is made. So we want to make sure that they are completely eligible for those programs. We collaborate very often with local colleges and universities. We serve on boards of a couple of community colleges that are developing the curriculum to support marine science and technology tracks. We have 3 of them in the local area that we're working with to make sure that those needs from those companies are being addressed by those students. For example, one of the biggest employer in the state of Mississippi is a shipbuilding organization. And there's one community college that they go in and they speak on career day, and they have been known to hire absolutely everyone in the class. So they are, the need is definitely there. And we want to make sure that the training classes, the associate's degrees are tracking what is needed. We also promote or advertise specialty training courses. One in particular, the University of Southern Mississippi recently developed a certificate program in unmanned systems operation. So they have a 2-course program where anyone can come in and work for 6 weeks at a time. Each class is 6 weeks to learn to operate these unmanned systems. And they have, a variety of them at their Gulfport, Mississippi location. And you get some hands-on training on operating those systems. And then, their phase 2 also includes, going out to sea, actually operating them in a scenario, troubleshooting things that go wrong, and just deployment, recovery, the whole soup to nuts. We also collaborate with a number of local nonprofits. I mentioned the Infinity Science Center right outside our gates. They have an Earth gallery on the first floor and a space gallery on the second floor. And the Earth gallery contains many, many exhibits that are really focused on the ocean. and they will have a career day coming up at the end of November, or an Oceans Day at the end of November. And we will have a careers table where we've developed a little sheet that says, you know, what do you like to do? And then we'll have the kids circle what they like to do, and that will translate into one of 6 careers that they might not be thinking about. So they go from ocean engineer and technician to communicator, environmentalist, and things like that. So that kind of opens up their minds about what careers they might have right in their own backyard, because we really find that that connection and that understanding of what you have here is a little tough when you're trying to reach out to a K through 12 upcoming workforce and getting them engaged. So a center like Infinity is really important to, you know, really inspire those kids at early ages. We're located right along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, right on the water. So most of the kids love being near on the water, and we need to tap into that love so that we can translate that into a great career for them as well. We take the local Marine Technology Society section to support programs for high school classes. There is an ROV, remotely operated vehicle program, that our student section will go into a classroom and give a little program. We are currently looking at setting up a water station so that high school classes can take little trips out either on you know, weekly, monthly, or whatever time frame that they can fit into their schedule, and take measurements and then follow over the long term what's happening in that particular location. And then finally, we have what we're calling a local career series. You know, again, you know, kids as they get into high school, you know, might not understand the extent of our blue tech and blue economy jobs in the area. And what we plan to do is bring in the larger federal agencies. You know, for example, the Navy at Stennis at any one time has 100 job announcements open. So they're rotating. Their workforce is now getting a little bit older. You know, we're coming out of recession, hopefully. We'll see how it goes after the pandemic's over. But we're finding our older experts are now retiring and making way for new young experts to come in. But we need to make sure that those jobs are known, and that we can help promote them through the efforts that are going on with the cluster. So that's kind of a snapshot of what we are doing. And I really wanted to make this a conversation about what are others doing, what might others do in their environment that might help what we're doing, as well as, you know, what potentially what other clusters are doing. So I'd kind of like to open up the floor a little bit. And thank you, Michael, for that wonderful introduction from the last session.
Pleasure.
Michael, I know your program is really, it's always wonderful to hear about it. Can you give us a little bit of an update?
I think let me ask Melissa to jump in.
Okay. Coming back, so hopefully you can see me. So Lori, thank you so much. I was desperately taking notes too, because I think that is one of the great things about BlueTech Week, and especially the the cluster convening, is that we can do some best practices and information sharing. I know I personally am so much into our own bubble that sometimes it's hard to kind of pull my head up to just see what everybody else is doing and kind of learn from, you know, from the other clusters, other agencies. So thank you for sharing and kind of pointing it out. As Michael had previously noted, we will be launching tomorrow during our Workforce of Tomorrow track a Blue STEM curriculum that we had used some funding from our 501c3 to secure. It is TK through 12 curriculum that is both based in ocean literacy standards, NGSS. It also pulls in all the SDGs, which has been very exciting to introduce the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goals to U.S. U.S. Schools, and really see the students embrace those. And so the curriculum, has each kind of chapter and module ties into it, as well as every unit has a career aspect, even as early as TK. Since we all met last year, we launched our new website.
Michael, I think we're having a little difficulty with Melissa.
Gosh, I was hearing her fine, Lori.
I have not had problems hearing you, Michael, but we are having problems with Melissa. Do you think you might be able to give us a little bit of the update instead?
Sure. I don't know. Maybe my voice carries more. When we're in a car, my wife can never be heard, but they can always hear me. So sorry, Melissa. I won't do it as well.
Yes, that's great. Thank you.
I won't be able to do it as well as Melissa can, but tomorrow, in one of the panels, we will be launching our TK through 12 curriculum. When COVID hit, we were able to find some funding, and we engaged a group of curriculum writers and teachers. And we've been working with the San Diego Unified School District for several years. And we had a pilot program with them at one middle school and one high school, and they've done some really wonderful things. But there was not a continuum. And so we wanted to start in transitional kindergarten and go right through 12th grade. And so what they've done is put a curriculum together that fits to the Common Core, but will start with ocean and water literacy and work its way into jobs and technology increasingly over the years. And then as a separate but co-joined effort, there also is a matrix put together. So that teachers will be able to look at this and say, okay, I'm interested in this part of a water program or this part of a ocean tech program. And then there will be resources, films, posters, pictures, books that can be pulled in as part of that curriculum. And we developed it so that it can be translated in other languages. And Melissa and I were on the phone with the woman who is responsible for UNESCO, the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission kind of educational effort for the IOC and the Decade of Ocean Science. And she got very excited because she said they work with about 12,000 schools around the world. And they've been looking for curriculum that included SDGs and workforce development and other things. And when we showed her what we're doing, she said that what we had included things that they were looking for. So we'll see kind of what comes out of it, but there is a potential that they might have funding through UNESCO to translate this into various languages. So we're excited about that. And Melissa has typed in Dr. Francesca Santoro from UNESCO is moderating the ocean literacy panel tomorrow morning. I think it's the first panel after our keynote. Dr. James Delgado, who is a wonderful storyteller and was the head of underwater archaeology for NOAA, is our keynote tomorrow morning on the Workforce Tomorrow track. And then she is moderating the first panel after that. And I think the third panel or fourth panel is the one where we'll be introducing our curriculum. So they spent about 5.5 months developing this curriculum. I'm not a curriculum writer. I'm not a consumer, but I think they've done an amazing job. And so we're excited to unveil this, and our goal is for this to be a moneymaker for TMA Foundation. And we will sell it like other people develop curriculum and sell it. But our goal is then to also raise money so that we can make it freely available to any underserved community in the United States and around the world. Obviously, we've got to raise money for that. And we're also looking for funding for a whole second
Michael,
phase.
Do you have an estimate of, oh, sorry.
Well, what you're going to hear tomorrow is the first phase, and there apparently are very standard, for per student, you charge, I don't remember the number, $65, Lori, it's some number. But again, part of what we want to do is do
you know when it'll be available?
Well, essentially, it'll be available as of tomorrow. But what we're going to do is create a second phase, which we will start propagating it around the world. And of course, having the languages, but there also is there'll just be aspects to it in terms of kind of working with partners. One of the things I want to do is make sure that every child is on a boat by the time they're in the second grade. And so we're not going to create boats. We'll work with the San Diego, the Maritime Museum of San Diego, to make sure that every child can go in and get in a boat and go out in the water. So there's a series of things that we were doing, and we've made these so that if in one place it might be that you want to use them in second grade, another place it might be third grade. And again, tomorrow that will be presented in a 45-minute presentation by, I think, 3 of the teachers, the woman that kind of led the project for us, and several of the curriculum writers. So that will be tomorrow, and then we'll hopefully start a second phase. Now, I should also mention there are other great people talking. The Blue School from Portugal is speaking tomorrow, and that's a project that's gotten a lot of attention in the EU. So it's not just what we're doing. We're trying to find best of breed from anywhere in the world and make sure that we can share it. As I said, in the second phase, we will also want to raise money so that if there's an understanding that we can, if they cannot afford it, then we will be able to donate that. So, big plans, and so our hope is that will be a useful curriculum and matrix, and it's designed to be living. It's not static, and for that, of course, we need to have funding to continue to bring in new aspects of it. Does that kind of answer your question, Lori?
Great. That is really something that, yes, it does. And I think that is something that we can look at, for example, to implement either through the Infinity Science Center to get an initial exposure, and then hope that it can go to the individual classrooms. There is a question, I think, from Melissa that says, how has COVID impacted these efforts? And one of the things that's been very difficult is to get into classrooms or have classrooms take field trips anywhere. So, a lot of it's real hard to get the ocean in a classroom. As hard as we can try and bring things to the classrooms, bring tools and things that we can in the ocean, to see the ocean, to be there, to have that experience is really key and pivotal and important to where we're going with all of our training. So I think that, you know, the goals that you have in your program are very easily translatable to not only, different cultures, but across the world, and are very stepping stone. You know, they create those stepping stones.
Thanks, Lloyd.
Judith, are you here? Someone has asked that you share your experience.
Judith, you're still on mute if you're going to speak. And then Jen McCann as well. University of Rhode Island's done some wonderful work.
Yes.
Judith, you're still muted.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, great.
There you go.
Yeah, good to see you, Lori and Melissa. We haven't met in person, but so we're
nice to see you as well.
We were going to have our first cohort this fall for the semester away, but COVID, interjected, and so we've been on the Blue Institute side. We've been given donations of a number of underwater vehicles that are tethered, and so we're developing some curriculum for some of the local middle and high schoolers to be able to integrate into their curriculum, but be able to come out and do some experiential learning, we hope, in the spring, COVID dependent. And we've been working on some curriculum which would be at the community college level, introductory to BlueTech, and then looking to, and here we should, getting on some phone calls together so we're not reinventing the wheel, and looking to develop that further as workforce development curriculum. Yeah, and I know there's a lot of it already developed around the country. So yeah, and so we're in Massachusetts, but we've also are in Rhode Island now as well, in Newport. So we're hoping in the spring to do a piece with the Newport Public Schools and with the Plymouth schools and possibly the schools in Harwich out on the Cape, where the headquarters of the Blue Institute is. Could you guys hear me okay?
We hear you fine, Judith.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So Lori, one thing, this curriculum was designed to be remotely accessible. It does not require you to go to the ocean, but of course we do want we were finding that 40 to 50% of kids in San Diego County had never been to the ocean, which is hard to imagine, but true. So our goal is to get every first grader in the water, their feet in the water. In the second grade, every child into a boat. But of course, those tactile opportunities may have to wait until COVID has been defeated or at least tamed. So what we're unveiling is in fact designed to be provided virtually, and so hopefully it will be useful for people. Jen McCann was with us before, but I don't see her now. But I wonder, Carla Laga, I see that you're there from Brazil, and at the risk of putting you on the spot, can you share anything with us about what is going on in Brazil in terms of education and related to blue economy and blue tech? Carla? If you can hear me, and you need to go off mute.
Hi. Good afternoon. Hi, how are you? I'm sorry.
Carla.
How are you? Yeah, I'm in terms of education for K-12. I mean, I don't really engaged of that. Um, in terms of blue economy, I'm specifically working the Blue Amazon management surveillance system, and we are trying to get close. I mean, I'm not from the naval cluster, but we're trying to get close to them in order to see how the research are going. For example, currently we're working together due to surveillance of oil spilled. We recently have problems with oil that reach our beaches or our shores, and last year. And then, I mean, this program, the Blue Amazon surveillance, was like almost stopped, but then they just um, revived the program, and now we are working with not only the project itself, but with research and the academia and industry to see if we can improve this issue. Then, I mean, we do have some how to say it, some initiatives with ecology, environment specifically, and others computationally, like using the use of artificial intelligence to understand the marine traffic around the incidents. I think that's it.
Well, thank you for that. I know that so
I
Carla
think
is
that's
with the.
wonderful taking.
I was just going to say Carla's with the
Go ahead.
Brazilian Navy, and they're
Yeah.
trying to help promote a Blue Amazon approach. And so it's I think exciting to see the Navy reach out to industry and academia the way that you are. Sorry, Lori, what
Yeah,
were you going
yeah.
to say?
I was going to say that's a wonderful example of taking a situation and using it as a teaching tool.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we are trying to see that. In fact, even our government, they are like putting some money in those research, and like they do like a public opening, you know, for the funding, and the Navy are always involved somehow in each kind of public search.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is there anyone
Thank you.
else that's on the call that would like to talk about workforce development in the blue economy at this point? Gloria, you have done so much. You and the MIST group have been very active in this field, and that's why we've asked you over the years to kind of keep us informed. So I think it's very interesting. But other people are doing great work. Federico, I think you're still on. The Blue School, are you working with the Blue School?
I think Federico just left.
Okay. And I don't see, I'm just looking, I saw Joshua Berger come in and go out and come in. I don't know whether Kate Walsh phone, and is there anything you'd like to share?
Hi, Michael. I'm on the phone. I've been listening in and learning a lot, so thank you for this. It's the first time I've been able to attend. I'm about to get into teaching my own class, so I'll be brief, but I think I'm an educator. I'm a faculty at the U.S. Naval War College, civilian, studying the blue economy in China, mostly. But to understand what's going on there, I'm trying to understand better what's happening in the United States and elsewhere. So very grateful to meet, in a way, all of you and learn from you. I just add on only on the STEM education. This is something that is obviously, I think, very important to the United States. And I think from these conversations, it's clear that we don't have a strategy broadly for the blue economy or ocean economy, nor for the very important critical educational component. It's of interest, of course, to the U.S. Coast Guard, U.S. Navy, and others, but what I see as a civilian lacking is that sort of whole of government approach, a national strategic approach that would complement the bottom-up approach that is the strength of our innovation here in the United States. So, I think this is stating the obvious, and yet there's an opportunity with any new administration to put that in place, or to at least plant the seeds of that. And I think with some of the people coming on board and some of the people already working on this, the blue and green New Deals and so on, it's an opportunity to make this actually happen. So all of your voices, I think, would be useful to that effort. And I look forward to learning more from all of you. Thank you, Michael, for the opportunity to say a word.
Oh, Kate, it's great to have you here. You've been a big advocate for the blue economy and blue tech and connecting people together. So kudos for the great work you're doing at the Naval War College and beyond. Well, if we,
So,
Ted,
Michael, one of the comments that we have in the chat.
Go for it.
I was going to say one of the comments that we have in the chat box refers to virtual programming and programming going online. And I think that one really great example is last year, NASA had AstroCamp go virtual. So they could do a nationwide AstroCamp, and they had from many different states. And I think that that's a great model that we might be able to capture and use for the ocean economy side and blue tech. So there are many efforts and even some funding to convert curriculum to go online, based on what we've just seen in the last year with the reaction to COVID. So that may be an access to some funding opportunities. So I know that NASA offered some funding to their visitor center, and the Infinity Science Center is one of those. And they were going to award to 10 centers how they could go and do more online programming. So I think we're going to start to see more funding coming available for that.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's something that would be very great interest to us. I'm sure Melissa will be on to you after this to discuss that. Ted Janulis, I see you're on the work that you're doing in Investable Oceans, and some of the, you're gathering great resources. Do you have any thoughts for us in terms of workforce development and training for the future and new entrepreneurs?
Thank you. Can you hear me, Michael?
We do. Hi, Ted.
Hi. Oh, thank you for having me, and thank you for asking the question. I'm honestly learning so much from all these folks today about these ecosystems, and it's expanding my horizons a lot. So I'm taking it all on board. As Michael's referring to, we have a platform that's more gauged specifically towards encouraging ocean investments for a sustainable blue economy. But the breadth and depth of the work that you're all doing here is really eye-opening. So I look forward to looking for ways to collaborate and pitch in. And specifically, Michael, you've been a terrific eye-opener in terms of this educational component. I now am internalizing it to a different level than what we initially talked. It's really helpful. So really just gratitude at this point, and energy to help where I can.
Well, but you've done a good job, I think, you and your team, to pull some interesting resources together. And for those that haven't looked at your website, while it does have a focus on trying to bring more investors in, which we desperately need, I think you have a broader kind of mandate. You're trying to educate as well, at least when I was on your very attractive website. So I hope that you, given the kinds of people you're dealing with, I think you've heard that there are really interesting philanthropic opportunities. And sometimes people, you hope that the impact investing will continue to grow. And some of the things we're talking about, we're really talking about the future of BlueTech in the United States. And so capital being educated and hopefully seeing not just the specific companies, but looking ahead for the next 20 years and 40 years. And I hark back to what Craig was saying, and what I like so much about this mission Starfish, while that is a 9-year, well, 8-year, 9-year horizon, 2022 to 2030, it is a remarkable document because it doesn't stand on something that's been done before, and it's not addressing a specific problem or issue, like an important issue like marine spatial planning. Let's do a study on marine spatial planning. What they did was they said, okay, what do we need to do to really create a sustainable use of the ocean and water? And so they went in with a blank sheet. And if you were with us all day when Dr. Peter Heffernan was talking, they had to grapple with what is the blue economy, which you and I have talked about. And we're thrilled that they decided the blue economy was everything wet. So water, wastewater, and an ocean. And as he said, if you throw it in the water, it's getting down to the ocean in the not too distant future. If you put it on the water table, it's going to the ocean at some point. Salt, chemical, whatever the hell it is. And so I think this educational effort isn't going to happen just in schools. It's going to happen through websites like yours. As they say, it takes a village to raise a child. It certainly takes a village to get people to understand the importance of the blue economy and blue tech. So I think what you're doing is very important, and I appreciate the work you and your partners are doing.
Well, thank you very much for that. And I would say if you do visit the site and see, some of the research, it's sort of the core WRI, IPCC, IUCN type of things, and then a spread of articles across the sector. And Michael has rightly challenged us that ocean observations could well prove to be a vertical that should stand out all on its own, as opposed to be incorporated into everything else. Well, that is, to your point, that is why we put books and films and art, because those pieces do come in. We saw the emotional component back in the Starfish proposal as well. So if people do look at the site and have ideas about how we should expand the content, or even think about other verticals that more directly focus on some of the issues that you're all talking about, please let us know.
Thank you, Ted.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Lori or for Melissa or anyone? Otherwise, we'll transition over to put the burden on Craig McLean, as he does such a wonderful job of recapping our day and helping us think about where we should go. Any other questions?
Michael, I would like to just allow Lori just to first thank her so much for moderating this discussion and getting things going. We will definitely pull in Judith and Sylvia and others to the cause. So Lori, if you have any kind of parting words you'd like to provide.
Yeah, thank you very much, Melissa. You've made some great comments in the chat box. I encourage everybody to go look at those. And I do think we need to maybe put together a committee that meets a little bit more often and talks about the tools that we're each developing. I've seen a lot of chat saying, yes, we need to talk, we need to talk. I think, perhaps we can spearhead, those conversations going forward. And thank you very much.
I should say that the same discussions are beginning on the water side as well in the United States.
Yes.
Water clusters have the same issues. And to me, it's a shame if we have water over there and ocean over here, particularly if the EU is truly the harbinger of where we're going. To not somehow join them, I think, would be a real shame, and we will do what we can to do that. So, all right. Well, Lori, thank you very much. So, Craig, you've probably, as always, been taking interesting notes and coming up with, good ways of thinking about what we might want to do together.
Well, Michael, thank you. And to all the participants and to the parties who were making the presentations, all our panelists, thank you very much. This, yet again, has been another rewarding year for me to have been able to be part of your session. I want to start with what you just left off with, because notes, though they may be scattered, they're not quite so comprehensive as usual, but stream of consciousness, most of the federal agencies that do water are the same federal agencies that do oceans. You're just dealing with a different email address of the principal person. And I think that's a lesson for us to take away. This is in the United States, obviously not in other countries, but that's a real telltale message for me. So as we began this morning and kicked off with just a review of where we've been, and then pretty quickly went on into each of the sessions, I think that once again, we're seeing a transformation here from the earlier sessions, this being the 6th cluster convening event, that we started to ask questions, where should we go next as a community? And the community has taken off and gone in multiple directions, each of which has been fruitful. And we saw many of those fruits when we started to look through each of the different sessions that we've had. So with the first session, where we heard from Uwe and from Fanny on basically how the existing networks are working, I found it interesting from the Norwegian perspective of how the funding structure is very different than what we might see in other countries. But the tapering of funding is something that gives the participants the incentive to go out and find other sources of funding. We heard that repeated theme about how imaginative folks are to find the funding to support their cluster. But we also heard from Uwe the MIT study and the work where one could find what I'll call to be perhaps the enzyme in the catalytic reaction of the Triple Helix, that we don't just need academia, government, and industry. We principally need industry to drive this forward, but we also need that catalyst. And in this case, it's the MIT analysis and study that gives some direction. And Michael, I've always called you that catalyst in the Triple Helix because of the way you approach the problem, and you translate to each of the 3 parties a common language of understanding as to where the opportunity is. So I would encourage all the clusters, if you are finding any challenge or difficulty in making the connections with the participants you're looking to engage with, is think about that. Where's your catalyst in order to bring those 3 separately evolved and separately communicating communities into greater alignment and cohesive understanding as to where are the needs, where are the capabilities, but what is the common language to be using? Simple things as whether fresh is in with salt is not a distraction that should stop progress, but it can be something that stalls the progress. We can get past those things with a better understanding and having that catalyst and catalytic agent. But then also from Uwe, I found it interesting where he was able to identify not just the Triple Helix, but to talk about the Pentagon model, which adds the entrepreneurs and adds the capital generators, or the people with the capital, in order to help the clusters move along and to be looking for a true development of industry, true development of businesses. So then further with Fanny's presentation, I also found it interesting, and we heard in several places, the models of what countries are the target by the EU and by some of the other clusters, which would probably be pretty obvious that we're looking at some of the larger economies, Japan, the United States, Canada, North America, et cetera, but then also within and around the EU, but then also looking at, for example, Tunisia, Turkey, and other countries that were named where, yes, they may be budding clusters, and we certainly encourage that activity because we all grow and benefit together, but also recognizing that developing technologies will be a market for those developed technologies and companies. This is what excites me about the UN decade, where increased ocean observations will be occurring, and the systems need not be very expensive. The less expensive, but equally as accurate measurement systems will be very much positive for developing economies, and each of the nations will want to get involved. So in terms of a review of where we are with the clusters, I think, Michael, you reviewed this very well in answering the question as how does somebody new get involved? And particularly for the Alliance, get to know a sponsor, get to know an existing cluster and a member, and let them get to know you. and make sure that you have the willingness to participate, not just observe, and to be sufficiently funded to be able to come to the meetings where the various episodes of this group get together and continue the conversation in a meaningful and productive way. The network has been proven. I go back 6 years and we raised the question. In fact, Michael, I think at the very first session, the question was, should we continue this? To which my answer was a resounding, heck yes, must continue this, because this is the engine. This is the economic engine. It doesn't happen spontaneously. And clearly the model that has been described here of the clusters is catching on. Joshua Berger from Seattle asked us the question about how to avoid redundancies. I think if you look at this from 60,000 feet, it might appear to someone who's uninitiated, and certainly Joshua is not uninitiated. He's in the thick of this, but it's a legitimate question for the people who might provide funding to others. Why should I generate another cluster? Don't you have enough? Or don't they present a redundancy? Clearly not. Regionally, subject matter wise, in terms of the nations that are comprising the cluster, there's collaboration across clusters, and the more clusters we have, perhaps there's a finite number, still in the double digits. And until we get to the triple digits, I don't think we're going to exhaust the potential of the useful number of clusters in around the world as we promote blue economy and sustainable gain in waters of ocean or freshwater. And then the threshold question is, does water belong in the cluster? And I think as we seemed to resolve, that's going to be dependent upon the local needs and uses. But if you look at the global population as it increases, we're going to need fresh water. This will be a subject for everyone. On then to panel 2, we looked first then at the European clusters collectively, and Christoph was giving us a review from DG GROW, one of the directorates in the European Union, and once again talked about where European intellect is trying to identify opportunities in market in some of the other economies. And I think that's a very wise strategy, particularly when we realize that the international connectivity through free trade agreements and the like are very much alive, and the European Union is pursuing those actively. Then we heard from Federico with a sense of where Portugal is, and a great maritime nation such as Portugal, both historically and currently, given such an extensive coverage of ocean in the exclusive economic zone, and also with the promise of extended continental shelf areas, many countries may not on a daily basis think of themselves as maritime nations, but so many are. Portugal is principal among them and does have that identity and has an excellent path forward. Hein gave us with the Water Alliance the feature on the European side of where water really does come in. And I celebrate what Hein offered to us, because very much are they focused on the Sustainable Development Goals in the Netherlands and in their program. But I was inspired to see in the WETSUS, the WETSUS, I believe he called it WETSUS, 105 companies, 23 universities, 23 research themes. It's not science driven, which is always a danger, because God bless, and I'm responsible for a lot of scientists in my agency, and they do, and we do, very, very good work, I believe. But it's got to be market driven, not just the next interesting science question. It's got to be market driven. And Hein really brought that point out. Make sure we're pursuing not the next interesting science question or the next unknown, but to understand the societal impact, understand the market benefit of conducting this work and bringing a greater understanding in order to pursue that, because it will be the economy that sustains these activities rather than singular streamed research funding. The next comments then came from Colin Roule from France, and looking at a cluster that is roughly 15 years old and the success that they've had in the Pôle Mer Méditerranée. I think a private but partially publicly funded enterprise has proven the longevity and how this can continue to grow, and also by focusing on a broad international reach. So once again, that gets us back to the question of, is there redundancy? Because there's so much international exchange within and among the existing clusters, I think the answer is we're not redundant, we're complementary. And if, as I offered in the beginning, if Cork in Ireland has a need that can be better provided by Brest, the referral is made, and next time it's Cork's turn from a Brest referral, not in a one-for-one quid pro quo, but just in the general nature of how our clusters are functioning. We next turned then to ocean and water cluster collaboration. Once again, a threshold question, where Peter Heffernan reminded us and briefed us on the Mission Starfish vision, which is truly, truly outstanding. It is a vision for the future. It is not an attempted remedy of current circumstances. It really is the notion of build back better. And I think the inclusion of looking at governance is the real key to the vision behind the Mission Starfish undertaking. So I applaud that. I think we all celebrate that. Not only is it combining both ocean and water, because the two are linked and very difficult to pull apart unless it's purely the artificial nature of organizational budgets. And in that, I think we need to be looking at a higher level of visibility to allow these common denominators. But having a vision for the future, which, as we pointed out, we do not have in the United States, is something that I hope we can remedy in the near future. But right now, we do not have one, and we rely on the bottom up instead of the inspiration of a grand vision and top down. With that will come many opportunities for the commercial sector to be building tools that provide for the needs that we have when we freshen our view towards a circular economy, towards water and salt water, freshwater and salt water being part of the same equation and same question, and pursuing these with appropriately trained people and the right tools. We then had Brian join us in his experience in Cleveland, where anchor companies, a surprising number of anchor companies, are really moving into an area that one could look at and say has not necessarily enjoyed rapid growth. In fact, if anything, within that part of the nation that we look at where some manufacturing jobs have left the region, they're bringing in new jobs for that which is important to the region: drinking water, Moen, other companies that were mentioned. That was a really astonishing moment for me to see how this is really, really working. And without a national strategy, as Brian and I both agree, in the United States, where can you get the 12 plus agencies who deal with water to align around something similar? If you leave it to the federal bureaucracy, and I don't mean to sound like an editorial here, but if you leave it to the federal bureaucracy, you have a better chance of sustaining status quo than if you have the disruption coming from bottom up, who then talk to their own legislators about what is really needed instead of what is being provided. So I think an encouragement to be communicating with your elected representatives on what you see as the need is something that will help break the logjam in the United States. Then Veronique gave us a further discussion on JPI water, which, understanding the EU's mechanisms, which are very constructive and very fluid in a positive way, that the multiple support and multiple sponsorship in the European model is very, very beneficial. So in summation of this, I think the governance discussion is a very important one, that clusters don't need to necessarily wait for the resolution, work bottom up, and you can help force the resolution from your seat and from your perspective. And the local levels and business influences, the business influences will be what helps to push this forward and towards a much better resolution in terms of the governance question. Once again, the clusters have a role, and as you can communicate across clusters within one or across many nations, I think that will be a very successful market force that drives the government's ability to not lead you, but meet you, let you lead, and then find that path forward. Okay, then the panel number 4, clusters and economic development. Once again, we heard from Uwe and the national program in Norway, looking at the various levels of investment and spending, and it's a very rational design. I think it could be a model where other governments want to be following that direction, but where the clusters themselves can be encouraging your governments to be providing this type of funding. Again, got back to the MIT program, which I would like to learn more of. I think that was a real leading opportunity, a really good offering. And also, it's not just the catalysts, as I might say, which can enhance the understanding and provide the business model development, but help the fledgling companies grow to be mature, but also the banks. Looking where the banks are going to follow the smart ideas and growing the best companies in a competitive environment for the future, once again, with circular economy and with a vision towards what's needed tomorrow rather than fixing today's mechanical adjustments. And then Brian gave us another look at the partnership ecosystem, which was quite extensive, and realizing again in the Cleveland area how this has been very successful. And as Michael pointed out, Brian's ability to be finding resources across many opportunities to fund his enterprise and ensure their success. So by looking at the layering of corporate members that can be recruited, academic contributions, and the various source of funds that academic entities have, then looking at the government agencies, local, state, and federal, and finding those grants, finding those opportunities to invest. I think what we might look at for Brian is maybe next year another episode of tutorials as to how he finds these opportunities. If Brian was willing to share that, I think that would be very insightful, because he has been remarkably successful with this. Then turning then to the last session that Lori Jugan had led us in on looking at the blue economy and tomorrow's workforce, it gets back to that same comment we had with Peter Heffernan. What are we looking for? Are we looking for filling the gaps that we have near term today? Yes, that's the answer. Are we looking for gaps that are going to be defined in the future, but we need to stimulate the K through 12, tomorrow's technicians, scientists, operators, and tradespersons who will be very much involved in this? And that answer is yes as well. But how do you do it? There are a number of K through 12 curricula that are out and available, probably too many to sort through. But some that we heard of today are really insightful in that they're teaching towards the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030, so that the students today just figure out what grade it is today, do the math, and figure out where those students will be in 2030. How well are we projecting their education in a useful and formulative way? The voice of the commercial sector, the voice of the clusters and the industry, the businesses that are involved there, will be very telling as to where and what that job market should lead. But let me ask you to consider a couple of points here. We look at models of the ocean, mathematically derived models. And today we're performing those on computer architecture that is already outdated. So what is the computer architecture we want to be teaching our young students who are just learning to code? What should they be targeting towards? To what extent is artificial intelligence going to be very much a part of the mainstream? I would assure you that it will be. Are we coding in the right languages? I just found out the interesting attribute that the current languages that we have most of our models in will have to be rewritten, but that the people who wrote the original models have largely retired, and we don't teach those languages anymore. So how do we jump to exascale computing and the next generation of the tools that are going to be delivering some of the description of the future state for us? My point here is that it's not going to be teach a kid to go scuba diving and then that kid is going to ripen into a marine engineer. It's not scuba. It's being able to push touch screens, just as we saw last night in the SpaceX launch. The astronauts with their new uniforms were basically looking just at touch screens. They could have been iPads for all I know. And they were monitoring all of their systems, and their entire vehicle was being autonomously driven and delivered up to the space station. Things are changing very quickly. We need to make sure that we're on that edge as we train the workforce for tomorrow. There are, let's say, in the space world, we were talking about how NASA has taken certain steps. I know the Challenger Foundation, which was founded by the families of the astronauts who were lost in the Challenger accident, they have an ocean panel. They have an ocean component in their instructional opportunity. And I think that's wonderful. I think it's appropriate, and I think it's stimulating. The billboard, as I said earlier, the billboard that will be on the side of everyone's notional roadway that says Oceans 2021 through 2030, the decade of ocean science for sustainable development, is a rail for us to ride on and help to bring a greater visibility. I'm concluding shortly, but let me just start with a quick story. In 1976, when I was between my high school senior year and my freshman year in college, during that summer, I went to Operation Sail, New York Harbor. It was the 200th anniversary of our nation, a very proud moment for. There was a parade of tall ships in an international naval review. It was remarkably inspiring. Beautiful tall ships sailing up New York Harbor. And then they went into port, and then there were public visits. There was an inspiration moment there towards the Maritime. But would young kids want to pull up in school buses and learn how to be a tall ship sailor, which was already an anachronistic undertaking, but nonetheless an important training opportunity? What if we could see in the future a parade of research vessels pulling into New York City with yellow school buses lined up, where youngsters could see the products of autonomy, the products of remote sensing, and the products of the thrill of going to sea and understanding the oceans. I think there's a lot that we can do with the decade of ocean science. There's a lot that we could do with the industry and the commercial sector following. And I think where we are right now with BlueTech clusters being continually formulated, continued intersection and collegial activity of helping each other grow in a model that is proven to work, there we have the definition of success. So Michael, I'll return to the very original question you asked me at the first of these sessions 6 years ago. Should we continue? Heck yeah. Keep moving forward and keep envisioning that future, but do it as a united collective community. Help the next group come on in and join. They will be adding to your success. And for those of you who are at the cusp of thinking about joining, you've seen where it's already winning. Become part of that winning effort and contribute to the blue economy in a sustainable way. And with that, Michael, I will conclude.
Craig, that was a wonderful recap, but I don't know that we want to let you off quite that easily. There may be some questions. So I see that Melissa has written in. If anybody has any questions or comments for Craig or for TMA, please let us know. Craig, you do an amazing job, and I'm so thankful that you're here. And I'm also very thankful, I think you all realize this, but this afternoon, we are going to run a shorter 2.5-hour segment for clusters that are in formation out in Asia. And I reached out to probably 50 different clusters around the world. And while far less are involved than I hoped, I mean, I'd love to all 50 to be there, they all know what's going on. And I think that if we don't get them this year, we'll get them next year. And at least we've got 3, one in Taiwan that's developing, one in Japan, one in Korea, and they will be, I think, harbingers of great things to come. I know that in New Zealand, we've been talking with the New Zealand Trade and Enterprise. They're interested, however, because of the recent election, they're got their heads down right now as they formulate a new government. There is a cluster out in Perth, Australia, that traditionally was more focused on oil and gas, but hopefully there'll be more developing in the Philippines, Indonesia, pick your country. We'll keep banging away at that. So Craig, as always, we will of course invite you back next year. And so mark your calendar, please. You do a great job. So kudos to you and thank you very much. So any questions for Craig?
Thank you for your compliment, Michael. It's my pleasure.
So Craig, it says NOAA works with so many. Melissa's asking, what are some common threads of the way that you work with clusters and how you, and not just you, but how NOAA perhaps is moving to embrace clusters and work with them? Are there any threads or anything you feel like has been developing over the last couple of years?
I think, Michael and Melissa, to address the opportunity in front of us, we have had the proper timing for the emergence of a blue economy mindfulness over the past, I'd say, 5 or 6 years. And the crescendo just continues to build. And I think what's really important are relationships, where the people who have something to offer can be finding the people who have something of need and developing those relationships. I've seen that with the technologies that are out in around Seattle, up in New England, down in the Gulf, and also in San Diego. So my encouragement would be for those folks who are on the provider side is keep going to the sessions like this one, like the Oceans, like Oceanology International, and find those actors who have the need for the technology and build out from there. And in many cases, what's visible at the first appearance is not what ultimately winds up being the win. It's the continued iteration to find the more detailed and refined product. In some cases through a CRADA. We in NOAA have more Cooperative Research and Development Act agreements today than I've ever seen. And we are seemingly proliferating with those. It's a very healthy undertaking. It's good for the business enterprise and it's good for the government. And there's really no harm, no cost in the CRADA, but they're very useful tools. If there's a technology that looks very promising, we have found quite a high degree of willingness to work to evolve that technology towards what may be a unique use. And in NOAA's case, as we've done with Saildrone and with Wave Glider and other companies, we seem to have emerged as a proxy for many environmentally sensing agencies, whether they be state or other nations. And we willingly come in and do the test and evaluation collaboratively and come away with some conclusions as to the suitability and usefulness of the technologies. Then through that, Michael, we've also seen with some of your members some remarkable sensors that we were never aware of. So the more we're involved in this, the better it is for us. And I think it would be the same for other folks who might not yet be in the community, but are thinking about joining the community.
Thank you very much. Well, we are right at 12:30, and I really would like to thank you again, Craig, and for all of you that have hung in with us until our witching hour. It's 12:30 now, and I want to just say that this has been, I've learned a lot today. Even though I know all these people that are speakers, that's the wonderful thing, is there's so much new going on. It's so dynamic, and all of you are helping support that. So thank you to all of you that are on this call and participated today. And tomorrow morning we will start at 7:30 a.m. There will be two events going on. One, as we've already talked about, is the Blue Economy Workforce of Tomorrow, which will be very interesting. Again, 7:30 to 12:30. And then we will also have, in conjunction with Scripps Institution Oceanography, our Applied Ocean Sciences for a Sustainable Blue Economy, which likewise will be 7:30 to 12:30. And that starts with our keynote is the Chief Scientist of NASA, Dr. Jim Green. And Craig and I were at an event where I was speaking for the National Academy of Sciences, and I asked Craig to assist me, and which he did very ably in terms of the two of us fielding questions from a high-level panel that was deciding in October of 2018 2019, if they wanted to do their first ever kind of blue economy event, which they ended up doing in February of 2020. Jim Green came up to me afterwards and said, da-da-da-da-da, and I went, hey, great, and you would be a great speaker at BlueTech Week. And so he, in February of 2020, agreed that he would speak. So we're thrilled to have him tomorrow. And then after, we also have somebody from the European Space Agency. We've got, as always, great speakers. So hopefully you'll join us on one of those tracks tomorrow, the Blue Economy Workforce tomorrow, or the Applied Ocean Sciences for a Sustainable Blue Economy. And with that, we will call today a wrap, and we look forward to talking to all of you, seeing all of you hopefully tomorrow. Melissa, is there anything I missed before we say goodbye?
No, I think that's it. Just a deep bit of gratitude both to Craig and also to the all the presenters, the sponsors, the exhibitors, and to the entire huge TMA team of about 4 or 5 people who makes this whole week happen. Just thank you. I hope everyone has flexibility this week, and remembering we're handling over 300 speakers, which is just a phenomenal feat. We're happy to do it. Thank you all so much. And until next time, thank you. And Craig, thank you to your team, who's been incredible to work with.
Thank you, Melissa, very much. And thank you, Michael. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Good night. See you. Bye-bye.